छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from UP's Fatehpur, where tensions are rising, and there on the screen you can see In fact, these are the visuals coming in from the national capital, where you can see that the protest is going on over the vote theft charge that has come in from Rahul Gandhi. There on the screen you can see the MPs there climbing onto the barricades, and this is happening in the national capital after Rahul Gandhi's big charge as far as vote theft in Karnataka, UP and Maharashtra is concerned. As many as 300 MPs are there on the streets, and they're marching towards the Election Commission of India. And there on your screens you can see they're climbing onto the barricades because the police has said that they do not have permission whatsoever for this protest that they are carrying out. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shambhavi, what is the situation on the ground? We can see that parliamentarians are trying to climb over the barricades. They're trying to move towards the Election Commission. Give us the ground details.
Well, you can see right now the crowd is pressing in closer. The chants are getting louder as the MPs are moving forward towards the Ashoka Road. It's getting quite packed in here. You can see several women MPs are standing on the barricades, constantly chanting "Modi chor hai, Modi chor hai." Now you can see there are several other senior MPs who are standing on the barricade with the help of their fellow. And it is getting quite packed in here. Security personnel are trying to create a corridor, but the marchers and supporters are pushing in. This is exactly the kind of high energy that the India bloc was talking about. There are hundreds and hundreds walking together from Parliament to the Election Commission. Even amid this crowd surge, the leaders are continuing to hold their placards high and raise slogans about vote chori nahi chalegi, vote chori nahi chalegi. There has been some argument with the police personnel as well, because the MPs are constantly refusing to get down. They are now approaching this stretch. The crowd is picking up the pace, and they're almost rushing towards the EC. Security is tightening up here. And there is a bit of a bottleneck ahead because the MPs are, again, even after request from the police officers multiple times, they are refusing to get off from these barricades. You can see the multilingual banners, Hindi, English, Bengali, or Tamil, they're all waving above the crowd, and some MPs are also holding hands to make sure that they're not separated in this rush. They're helping each other to climb on the barricades, the same barricades the Delhi police had arranged near outside the Transport Bhavan to prevent exactly this kind of situation, but as we can see, this could not be prevented. We'll try to get closer to the front. Whereas it's, as you can see, all the MPs are now trying to press through this Sansad Marg. You can see several MPs are still standing on the barricades, marching about the repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi. There are also several people who've been claiming that Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hain, who have managed to come on this side of the barricade, constantly chanting. Very senior MPs, they're still refusing to get off from the barricades. You can see police people actually helping. We'll show you actually helping them to come down from the barricades. That Mahua Moitra was just 10 seconds ago standing on the barricade and screaming that Modi chore hai, along with a lot of, I'll ask my teacher to show around, and many other women MPs who were standing on the barricades, clamming and then claiming that Modi chore hai, Janardhan, affirming Rahul Gandhi's repeated claims about the vote chori, about the agenda of their protest march. There has been kind of a bottleneck here where the MPs have stopped and they are continuing the chanting. The police has asked them to move ahead towards the Sansad Marg and proceed towards this 600-700 meter stretch towards the election office of India. But you can see that they don't have any intention of moving from here anytime soon. They several senior age MPs are, with the help of many 6-7 young MPs, they're helping them stand on the barricades and chant all kinds of about how Modi government is just trying to use this SIR as a way to remove the votes of the poor people. They said vote SIR to bahana hai, garib logo ka vote hame hatana hai. This is the chant that they're actually chanting continuously. This, as you can see, this is kind of a bottleneck created here. They have been here for the past 10 to 15 minutes now. They were just rushing towards the barricades with the placards, and they started climbing the barricades and chanting, clapping, refusing to get down. And now we will show you. We'll be again continuously showing you. We are going to continuously show you. We're going to move. We're going to try to move closer to the barricades. How still there are several MPs who are arguing with the police officers. Police officers are asking them to please move ahead because the crowd has gotten out of the control, as Delhi police had prepared a 7-barricade system here outside Transport Bhavan to prevent just exactly this situation. But as you can see, the situation has gotten seriously out of the control. This is the stretch and the crowd is picking up pace. A lot of rushing, pushing is going on here. Now security is trying to have more police officers and RAF personnel who have joined here. They are trying to increase the security. They're negotiating with the MPs to please go ahead with the stretch that they have to take. We'll again show you
All right, so they're on the screen, you can see that this is a protest that is happening in the national capital. As many as 300 MPs from the opposition parties and from 25 parties is what we are learning. They are in fact marching towards the Election Commission, but they do not have any permission. So Shamvi, coming back to you once again, we are learning that Election Commission in fact wrote to Congress leader and Member of Parliament Jairam Ramesh, granting him the appointment for 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock already. Will the Congress party go to Election Commission, or will this protest outside, in fact, the Parliament continue?
Absolutely. 30 delegates from this huge crowd of around 300 MPs are going to go inside ECI for the meeting for the appointment that ECI has said, and Delhi police continuously said that the MPs did not get permission to do this, to go ahead with the protest march, but the MPs allegedly said that they do not need Delhi police's permission to hold this protest march. As you can see, still there's a lot of hostility on the other side of the barricade. I request my PJ to show you a little bit how they're still arguing with the police personnel continuously for the past more than 15 minutes now. The police personnel have been requesting them to please move ahead with their march on this stretch. And let me tell you, this is just mere 600-700 meter. As you can see, there's a lot of chanting going on this side of the barricade as well. Some MPs have managed to come on this side of the barricade, and they're constantly chanting Modi Chor hai, Modi Chor hai. We will show you the visuals here. There are a lot of people who've managed to come this and still chanting about the alleged vote chori that the India bloc, 25 parties, around 300 MPs have come and they are protesting. Some of them have managed to climb the barricades and come on this side of the crowd, and they're now protesting. They're saying vote chori nahi chalegi. They're continuously chanting. There's still MPs. Now you can see there's still people who are trying to climb on the barricade. They're trying to come. More people are trying to come on this side of the barricade while climbing it. You'll see several MPs are still on the barricade. Women MPs have just now, a short while ago, they have come down. They were right here on the barricades, screaming, chanting their support for Rahul Gandhi. There were several MPs who were chanting, clapping, saying, Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai. Several MPs from around 25 opposition parties, including TMC, DMK, Congress, AAP, a lot of parties. You can see multilingual banners here with all kinds of banners. They're here protesting against the alleged repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi of the alleged vote chori in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And they're also protesting against the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision of the Electoral Code going on in Bihar. They are saying that this is just a way of the government to remove the votes of poor people. They're just a way of removing the votes of poor people. SIR is just a reason that they're giving. SIR to bahana hai. You can see now more people are trying to climb the barricade. Let me tell you, it's been around 20 minutes now. The crowd is still here. They were supposed to start from here and complete a long 700-600 meter of stretch towards Election Commission of India, but they have been still here, climbing on the barricades, screaming, clapping, chanting, fighting with the police personnel, refusing to move ahead from here towards the Election Commission of India for the 12 p.m. meeting that the Election Commission of India had actually given the time to Jairam Ramesh, and from 300 MPs from 25 parties. There are going to be 30 delegates going to be inside the Election Commission of India. Still, you can see a lot of police personnel are requesting them again and again, trying to negotiate that this is time that they should move. But they refuse to come. They refuse to come on this side of the stretch and begin their protest. There's a very tight bottleneck here. Supporters are cheering them on. The chants of vote chori band karo are getting even louder. Security forces are clearly on alert. They're pushing and shouting right at the barricade point. As you can see the visuals, this is just the stretch just before the turn from the Ashoka Road, where Delhi police had earlier said that no formal permission was given for the march. But now they're constantly negotiating, and all of this energy here of the MPs screaming and showing their support to Rahul Gandhi of his alleged claims, which, by the way, the State Election Commission boards of three, Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra, have now called Rahul Gandhi out and asked them to give some kind of proof and evidence to support his claims of the alleged vote chori that he's been claiming. He's been given 10 days to give some sort of evidence, to sign a memorandum under oath, to show what evidence he has. And now Rahul Gandhi has 10 days to show, does he actually have any evidence of the alleged vote chori that he's been saying, that he's with 300 MPs from 25 parties of opposition here since the past 20 minutes outside Transport Bhavan, refusing to move from here, refusing to get out and begin the stretch of 700 meters to Election Commission of India. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, high drama is unfolding in the national capital. Those are the live pictures coming in from Sansad Marg, not too far from the Election Commission of India office. It's hardly 1.5 kilometer. And the opposition leaders, 300 of them from 25 parties, they want to march towards the Election Commission. But the police says that they do not have the permission at all. And you can see that the visuals of Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav trying to climb onto that barricade. In fact, what my colleague Shamvi has told us, that there are 7 layers of barricades that have been put to stop the opposition leaders, because they do not have any permission to carry out this march to the Election Commission office. But on the other hand, now just a while back, Jairam Ramesh from the Congress party, he said that this is a peaceful march, then why is police stopping them? But ruckus there on the streets of the national capital. Shamvi joins us from the ground from Sansad Marg. Shamvi, keep showing us the visuals of the protest that is currently underway. What are the demands of the opposition parties?
Absolutely, we're going to show you the visuals of how the MPs, around 300 MPs from 25 parties, are now sitting on protest. They're asking for They're asking for transparency in the electoral vote. They're saying that SIR should not be proceeded with. The special intensive revision of the electoral board in Bihar, we should not go ahead with it. They're saying that there has been alleged vote chori in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And this is, you can see a huge crowd of MPs. Now they were on the barricades earlier, just 5 minutes ago, and now we're going to try and move towards the barricades to show you the visuals even more clearly, to show you how they are sitting in protest. This is a change in the pace. They were now, just a few minutes ago, on the barricades, clapping, chanting, trying to come on this side of the barricade, arguing with the police personnel when they were asking to please proceed, warn the trench towards Election Commission of India. But now all of them, they are sitting down, protesting. Then now you can see after, and just today, the State Election Commission of Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana have sent fresh notices to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, asking for over his repeated claims of large-scale voter fraud. And now they've given him 10 days to submit proof to back his allegations, the allegations for which 300 MPs from 25 parties are now here. Since the past 25 minutes, they've been sitting on that side of the barricade. They've been trying to climb, chanting, clapping.
Absolutely. So major ruckus there in the national capital. You can see several MPs there, including Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. They're on the ground raising up two issues. First is of the Bihar Churavi, and secondly of the vote theft. Now shifting our focus to Uttar Pradesh, where there are high tensions because of the clashes, in fact, that has taken place. What we're learning so far is that there is a dispute as far as tomb versus temple is concerned. There on the screen, in fact, we will show you the structure which is in the center of.
ये जिला अधिकारी हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जिनसे मौजूद यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं और उनको इस तरह का प्रयास कर रहे हैं समझा कर कि वापस जाएं। जो भी इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई हो प्रशासन द्वारा की जाएगी, लेकिन खुद कानून को अपने हाथों में ना लें, जिसके चलते लगातार जो अपील है वो की जा रही। मैं कोशिश करता हूं जिलाधिकारी से बात करने की। सर, किस तरह की अपील लोगों से की जा रही है? तो देखिए जिला जी जी
All right, so there on the screen, these are the visuals coming in from UP, and the location is Fatehpur, where there's a dispute over tomb versus temple, an old structure that we will be showing you in just some time. That is in the center of the dispute. The Hindu organizations are saying that that's a Thakur Ji temple, and they also have proof to substantiate their claim. They're saying that there are motifs inside that temple, that of lotus, trident, and that the land as well as the structure belongs to the Hindu organization. On the other hand, what we're learning is that the National Ulema Council has maintained that the building is the tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, and saying that they have the land records to substantiate their claim. But earlier today, those are the visuals and the first and exclusive visuals that we are showing to you on Republic TV of the Hindu organization.
के द्वारा जो बैरिकेटिंग है उसको लगा दिया गया था, चूंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो संगठन के द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया गया था कि भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ है वो मंदिर की तरफ कूच करेगी, क्योंकि उनका दावा था कि जो मकबरा है ये मंदिर है, ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है, जिसको लेकर के लगातार इनके द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया था कि आज 11 अगस्त को यहाँ पर जो भारी मात्रा में भीड़ है संगठन की वो पहुंचेगी, जिसके चलते यहाँ पर पुलिस प्रशासन द्वारा बैरिकेटिंग्स लगा दी गई थी, बल्लियां गाड़ दी गई थी ताकि लोग यहाँ ना आ पाए, और बाहर रोड से ही जो बैरिकेटिंग थी वो लगा दी गई थी ताकि लोग अंदर ना आ पाए। लेकिन आपको बता दें, बैरिकेटिंग को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो लोग थे वो अंदर आ गए, और उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो प्रदर्शन है वो देखने को मिला। साफ तौर पर दोनों समुदाय के लोग आमने सामने देखने को मिले, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा लगातार संवाद बनाकर दोनों को समझा बुझाकर अपने अपने घरों में जाने की अपील की जा रही थी, जिसके चलते अब से कुछ ही देर पहले जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से हटाया गया है।
joined by आचार्य प्रमोद कृष्णम। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर स्पीकिंग टू रिपब्लिक टीवी। हम विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं यूपी के फतेहपुर में, जहां पे हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि ये जो टूम स्ट्रक्चर है, जो मकबरा है, वो एक टेंपल है, और उनके पास प्रूफ है कि अंदर लोटस और ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स भी हैं। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our guests, but those are the visuals coming in from UP, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow.
ये जो उनके द्वारा लोग हैं भारी मात्रा में एकत्रित होंगे और उसके बाद इस मकबरे की तरफ कूच करेंगे, जिसके चलते लगातार सारे सोशल मीडिया पे इस तरह की पोस्टें थी, जिसके बाद प्रशासन अलर्ट पर था। लेकिन प्रशासन को कहीं ना कहीं एक भारी चूक इसमें माननी जाएगी कि
All right, let me once again go back to आचार्य प्रमोद कृष्णम। सर, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। हम अपने व्यूअर्स को विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं फतेहपुर से, जहां डिस्प्यूट है मकबरा और टेंपल के बीच में। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि उनके पास प्रूफ है कि ये एक ठाकुर जी का टेंपल है। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस चीज पे?
ये तो आप ज्यादा जानो, आप जानो दोनों चीज नहीं। आपका कैसे आ गए? हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, बोलिए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है। सर, आपकी आवाज आ पा रही है, बोलिए। All right, we'll try and reconnect that line, but tensions are high in UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen you can see heightened security to control the law and order situation. As we've been telling you, the Hindu side says that the structure on your screen is a temple.
के जरिए लोगों को पहचाना जा रहा है कैसे जो लोग उग्र हो रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं जिस तस्वीरों में हमने देखा लोगों के हाथों में लाठी डंडे थे, वो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे जो क्षेत्र का माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास।
All right, let me once again go back to आचार्य प्रमोद कृष्णम। सर, हम जैसे आपसे पूछ रहे थे, हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है और बीजेपी लीडर्स भी हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि ये जो मकबरा है फतेहपुर का, ये एक टेंपल है और अंदर लोटस के मोटिव्स हैं, ट्राइडेंट है। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll continue to show you visuals coming in from UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen, you can see heightened security there with the Hindu side saying that this is a Thakur Ji temple. On the other hand, the Muslim side is saying that they have land records to show that it is one of their tombs that belong to Nawab Abdul Samad. But there on the screen, you can see the police and local authorities are there on the ground. They've barricaded the entire area. But what we are learning is that the Hindu organization yesterday reached out to the district administration seeking permission to conduct prayer at this very location. They wanted to conduct the prayers here, saying that this is a temple, this is a Thakur Ji temple, and there is a shivling inside. And in fact, let me go across to Vinod Bansal from VHP. हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद सर. हम विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं. एक मकबरा वर्सेस टेंपल का डिस्प्यूट है जो अब यूपी में शुरू हो गया है. हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टेंपल है और मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टूम है. सिमिलर चीजें हमने देखी थी ज्ञानवापी और कृष्ण जन्मभूमि में भी. आपका इस पे क्या कहना है?
देखिए, बात ये कि जो सच्चाई सामने नजर आ रही है, लोगों को दिख रही है, उसको इग्नोर कैसे कर सकते हो? और इसमें विवाद किस चीज का? लोग पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, वो उत्पाद के लिए नहीं जा रहे. पूजा का अधिकार सभी को है. और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, देखिए, वो ये विरोध करने वाले कौन लोग हैं जो भारत माता की जय का विरोध करते हैं सिर्फ ये कहकर कि हम बुद्ध पूजा नहीं करते. तो वही ऐसे बुद्ध बना करके, जो मजार बना करके और उनकी पूजा करते हैं और करवाते हैं समाज से. आखिरकार क्यों? जो वो भारत माता की जय नहीं बोल सकते, वंदे मातरम नहीं बोल सकते बुद्ध पूजा के नाम पर, तो ये मजार क्रिएट करके और उसको चादर चढ़ा करके उसको फूल चढ़ाना और उस पर धूपबत्ती चढ़ाना, उस पर पैसे चढ़ाना, ये कहाँ तक लॉजिकल? अभी मुझे बताया कोई इस्लाम का क्या था कि क्यों, क्या इस्लाम में ये जायज है? क्या जब जायज नहीं है तो ये नाजायज ये जो इमारतें क्यों खड़ी कर रखी हुई? आखिरकार ये मकबरे क्यों बनाए गए? इसके ये सब धर्मांतरण के अड्डे हैं. और सामने सामने जब हिंदू समाज को दिख रहा है तो मंदिर है हमारा, इसमें कोई डिस्प्यूट है नहीं, तो बेसिकली उनको पूजा से क्यों रोका जा रहा है? ये रोकने में क्यों व्यवधान हो रहा है? अभी मैं जानना चाहूंगा आखिरकार कि ये जो समाज के लोग हैं वो शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से, हम पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, कोई पत्थर फेंकने नहीं जा रहे जैसे वो करते हैं. ये पत्थर फेंक ब्रिगेड नहीं है हमारी हिंदुओं की, न ही हम किसी तरह का किसी के अधिकार क्षेत्र में कोई अतिक्रमण करते. लेकिन पूजा के अधिकार से अगर को वंचित करके उसको कोशिश करेगा, उसमें विवाद क्रिएट करेगा, उसमें पत्थरबाजी करेगा, ये तो ठीक नहीं है ना. ये कैसे कोई एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा? ये चीजें उनको समझनी पड़ेगी. और अब देखिए, इस समय जो शासन प्रशासन है वो चौकन्ना है और वो हमें आशा है कि उस पर जरूर उस पर कोई कठोर निर्णय लेगा. और जो इस्लामिक जिहादी तत्व हैं जो देश विरोधी गतिविधियों में लिप्त रहते हैं, जो बार बार इस्लाम को शांति का धर्म कहते हैं, तो वो आखिरकार उसको प्रूव करें ना किस तरह का है ये. आखिरकार ये क्यों उत्पात मचाते हैं? क्यों हमारे मंदिरों को कब्जा करते हैं? क्यों उन पर अवैध मजारे बना करके और उसको जबरदस्ती उसको मंडित करने की कोशिश करते हैं? मैं चैलेंज करता हूँ जितने भी इस्लाम के सेक्ट हैं वह जाकर के एक बार पूजा करके दिखाए ना, मजार क्यों बना रखी है? ये सारे मजार भारत के ऊपर, भारत की पवित्र पावन माटी के ऊपर एक कलंक है जिस तरह से इन्होंने बनाई है. वो धर्मांतरण करते हैं. हिंदू समाज अगर अपने मंदिर की पूजा नहीं करेगा तो कहाँ पर करेगा? और पूजा से क्यों वंचित किया जाए? भाई मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, आखिरकार जो लोग इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, इसको उत्पात कह रहे हैं, उनको समझना पड़ेगा आखिरकार ये क्या ये उत्पात है. फिर आखिरकार वो पत्थरबाज क्या है, आतंकवाद क्या है? पैगंबर के नाम पर जो सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चलाते हैं उनको ऊपर क्या है? आज त्योहार का समय है, ऐसे मौके पर अगर हिंदू समाज अपने आराध्य देव की पूजा करने के लिए जाता है तो उसको रोकने का कोई औचित्य नहीं बनता ना जी. और आप देखिए कि उस पर भी पत्थर फेंकते हो आप, ये तो ठीक नहीं है. इसको सबको समझना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार ये जो मानसिकता है वो मानसिकता एक समाज विरोधी और देश विरोधी मानसिकता है जो हमें अपने पूजा के अधिकार से वंचित करती है. और एक और बात बताऊंगा आपको मैं, देखिए, हम पूजा के लिए जाते हैं, कोई अपने लिए पूजा नहीं करते. हम सर्वे संतु की बात करते हैं, हम वसुदेव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, उनके भी कल्याण की बात करते हैं. हम तो सबके कल्याण की बात करते हैं ना जी.
Right. So the truth should come out is what Vinod Bansal, VHP spokesperson, has to say. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now there on the screen, we are showing you the live visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high because of the Maqbara versus temple dispute that is currently ongoing. Heightened security there to control the law and order situation.
नहीं, कोई प्रदर्शन या अराजकता करना चाहते हैं। ये कर्नाटक में गए थे, 2 दिन पहले रैली करके कुछ विषय उठाए। कर्नाटक की चुनाव आयोग की जो ऑफिसर है उन्होंने कहा अगर इसी विषय को आप कहना चाहते हो तो आप एक एफिडेविट के माध्यम से बताओ।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
Clashes in Fatehpur in UP over disputed mosque structure, heavy police deployment there.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
UP Assembly session begins from today. UP Chief Minister fires scathing attack on Samajwadi Party. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters in the national capital over Bihar survey and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body. Video that has come to the fore as far as assault on toddler in Noida is concerned. Parents have filed the complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari files dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid the tariff tensions with the United States. welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. As far as the dog menace is concerned, Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, MCD, NDMC to deal with the menace of stray dogs and order creation of dog shelters across the cities. Supreme Court orders authorities to pick up all the stray dogs in Delhi NCR region from all the localities within 8 weeks and put them in the dog shelters, and no stray dog will be released back. This is a big, in fact, the order that has come in from the top court, an order that has been given to the Delhi NCR state. That means to the national capital, UP, Haryana as well, MCD, NDMC to deal with the stray dogs and order creation of the dog shelters across the city. What the top court has stated that all the localities within 8 weeks, they will be picking up the stray dogs and put them in the dog shelters. They will construct more dog shelters and no stray dog will be released back now. In fact, Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog menace and the attack on children, and it came down heavily on the authorities and rejected all the intervention pleas. Let me go across to Rhythm Bharadwaj, who's been tracking this story. A scathing remark that has come from the Supreme Court directing the Delhi NCR states, NDMC, MCD as well, to crack down on the stray dogs, make the stray shelters as well and put them all there. Give us more details about what happened in this case today. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Rhythm Bharadwaj, but if you can hear me, tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning is that the Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog attacks on children. What happened in this case? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our colleague there who's been tracking all the details as far as this big breaking news is concerned. The Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to the Delhi NCR states, that is UP, Haryana and Delhi, to deal with the menace of stray dogs. Let me once again go back to Rhythm Bharadwaj. Tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning that the Supreme Court was hearing a case on the stray attacks on children. Give us more details.
Let's remember that this is a story that has been picked up by Republic TV. It's been a campaign that has been clearly followed at Republic TV that has been speaking about how stray dogs children and people on the streets. The Supreme Court was hearing this case suo motu. The bench, Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan, was hearing this matter. There have been amicus and the senior advocate in this case who have suggested that streets should be stray dog free. Justice Pardiwala has said now, it's time now for action and not talk. All these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their life? A very important observation from the Supreme Court. After hearing every side and listening to also the Solicitor General of India appearing for the National Capital Region, he has now said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest. Now, these are the orders that the Supreme Court has given, which I'm going to be reading out now. A Supreme Court, so the headlines right now, the Supreme Court passes an interim order on action that needs to be taken to make our streets dog-free. The NCT of Delhi, MCD and New Delhi Municipal Corporation directed to immediately make dog shelters, report about creation of infrastructure. This will be monitored. Their sterilization needs to be done. The second point, the Supreme Court says they have to begin for 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. The NCT, Delhi, MCT, NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. They have to do this by creating a force. They very clearly mentioned infants and young children not at any cost will any more fall prey to rabies. This action should inspire confidence. They can move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and the NDMC and the Noida and Gurugram authorities are also directed to maintain a record of daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is futile if this exercise is done and not a single stray dog should be released. And if we know this has happened, we will take stern action, the Supreme Court says, coming down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who don't care about really respecting the court order when they are saying we need to protect our infant and children. They've also said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action will be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog after complaint is received, and any action of individual or organization coming in the way will be met with stern action. They've also said there needs to be availability of vaccine, and the major authority concerned is directed to put detailed information. They said any individual who will try to not do this scrupulously will be viewed with contempt of the court. So let me simplify this for our viewers. The Supreme Court hearing this case on its own will. Suo motu means on its own will against the stray dogs attacking children in the streets has come down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who say no, stray dogs should continue to be on the streets. The bench of Justice Pardiwala has said that now is not the time to talk but to act. Who's going to take care of the children who have given up their lives because of bites and by these stray dogs? The order clearly says there have to be dog shelters, there have to be sufficient personnel for the sterilization of the dogs who would be detained there and not released in public places. It has to be monitored by CCTVs. They say let's begin with 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. Orders have been given to the NCT, MCD, NDMC. They've also said infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. And I also want to clarify that as this case is happening, one of the most important things that the SC has said is who is going to protect these children? Are all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given up their lives? This is the big story that we are breaking right here on Republic TV because someone needs to be accountable. There are so-called animal lovers who keep trying and moving the Allahabad High Court and the other courts, not realizing that there is a Supreme Court that has taken suo motu action here. We've seen the kind of stories where we've seen children have been hurt, children have been bitten. There are horrifying images, disturbing videos which we've seen where children have been, left without any help when stray dogs have bitten them, and therefore the Supreme Court in its order says appropriate authorities of Noida, Gurugram, MCD, NDMC are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs that are captured and detained. What is important is without this entire exercise would go futile. Not a single stray dog should be released, and if we know this has happened, we are going to take stern action. They said create a helpline within 1 week. All cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action should be taken within 4 hours to pick up a dog after the complaint is received, and any individual, any organization coming in the way, there will be strict action that will be taken against them. I think this is the most important thing because, we always have these so-called animal lovers who always try and hinder the work of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said we're going to come down very heavily if anyone does this.
Absolutely, and this is the biggest remark that has come in from Supreme Court, and this time Supreme Court has said, Rhythm, that it is the time for action and not talk. So Supreme Court is in fact not taking it lightly, and it wants no laxity on behalf of the states as well. The biggest ever remark that has been made by Supreme Court, because we see many such cases come to the fore and people move the courts, the local courts and the high courts of the state as well. But now this is the biggest remark that has come in from the Supreme Court, that this is a time for action and not talk.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the Supreme Court order that has been passed today also clarifies any hindrance by an individual. They have clearly warned here, any individual that will try and come in the way, they will be putting them to action. They will try and ensure, SC warns them that we will put you in contempt if you try and, do not do what we have said because you think you are animal lovers. So this is, I think, the most brilliant order coming from the court. I would say it's much more. This is a court order. The court has given out great details as it warns these people that you cannot get away by simply saying that you are animal lovers. It is time for action. And the reason we've seen the kind of hurt, bitings that children have been getting, that the way they've been mauled by the stray dogs, and this time the Supreme Court has had enough. All these animal lovers who try and come to the Supreme Court and they say that these stray dogs need to be protected, their rights need to be protected. The Supreme Court puts a stop to that. They say this is the time to act. We reject all these intervention applications. It is not the time to when you want to shoot, don't talk. This is what they said. All these so-called, and I want to rephrase that, the Supreme Court said, all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their lives? The Supreme Court also heard the Solicitor General, who expressed grave concern about the issue in question. Solicitor General Mr. Tushar Mehta was there. He said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest, or it could be too late. Keeping all this in mind, these orders have been passed by the top court.
Absolutely, and every time we see this debate between pro-street dog lovers and those who are against feeding of the stray dogs, that the pro one say that it's our right and the other one say that, you cannot feed them in public. Now that fight has now been done away by the Supreme Court with this massive observation and a big observation that Supreme Court has given as far as this case is concerned, Rhythm.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I also want to make it clear that the Solicitor General of India also appeared before them, and he also said some very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest, otherwise it would be too late in the day. It is not something that the Supreme Court is talking about without listening to all of them who've appeared before them. After listening to everyone, the Supreme Court passes an order. After hearing all the sides, they have directed and given directions to the NCT, the National Capital Territory of Delhi, the MCD, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation, also including Gurugram and Noida authorities have been given directions. What are the directions? Make dog shelters. Report about the creation of the infrastructure. Have sufficient personnel for sterilized dogs who should be detained there. Have CCTVs there. Start with 5,000 dogs in the 6 weeks. NCT Delhi, MCD, and NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. Ensure infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. This has to inspire confidence. Should be allowed, the infants and young children should be allowed to move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and NDMC and appropriate authorities of Noida and Gurugram are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is most important not a single stray dog should be released, and they have warned, if we know that any stray dog has been released, we will take stern action. 3 times in this order, they have said if there is any hindrance by an individual or an organization, because we do know certain organizations try and hinder the court's work, they said we will view this as contempt of the court, which is the highest words the Supreme Court can say against any organization that wants to go against them. They said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action has to be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog. And any organization coming in the way will have stern action taken against them. Availability of vaccine is a major concern. Authorities should be putting out detailed information of vaccines that are available.
Absolutely. And if you look at the data, in fact, Rhythm, over 37 lakh dog bite cases were reported just in 2024. In fact, and that's a huge number, 37 lakh dog bites with 54 deaths which were caused due to rabies. So for those who are just joining in, could you once again tell us the remarks, the observations that were given by the Supreme Court today as far as the street dog menace is concerned? Rhythm?
Let's first clarify that this is not the Supreme Court only just passing just passing remarks or oral observations. The Supreme Court took cognizance of a suo moto case, after which it has passed an order. So this is not a Supreme Court observes. We need to say SC order. We need to change that and say SC order. The Supreme Court hears the suo moto case on the stray dog attacks in New Delhi. Then the Supreme Court has ordered. Everything I'm saying is an order of the Supreme Court, which has more legal ramifications and seriousness than just observations. It is not Supreme Court strong observations only, it's Supreme Court's strong order coming down heavily on authorities. We need to explain to our viewers this is not just SC observe, this is SC order. Safety of infants is important. If the court is ordering this, that contempt of court action will be taken against anyone who tries to hamper the work of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court has made fivefold orders that the Supreme Court has said after hearing the Solicitor General also that it would be late in the day if we do not take stern actions, and the Supreme Court has said, they also said, in fact, Justice Pardiwala, have you seen the classic good, bad and the ugly? When you want to shoot, don't talk. It's not the time to talk, but act. All these so-called animal lovers, it is time to stop this and to act. So this is very strong order from the Supreme Court that is coming in. SC orders and SC comes down heavily. The Supreme Court, Justice Pardiwala says, have you seen the classic good, bad and ugly? It's time to shoot, don't talk. I think this is a marvelous order from the Supreme Court, which they have now just passed this.
A suo motu case on the stray dog attacks on children came down heavily on the authorities as well. Thanks so much, Arnab Bhardwaj, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to UP, where the tensions are high. In fact, as far as the all right, so these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see massive deployment that is there in place, and in the center of this dispute is the structure that you can see on the screen. Now there's massive in fact, tension that is there in the area. The Hindu side is saying that this area belongs, this structure that you can see on the screen belongs to the Hindu organization. It is a temple, it is a Thakur Ji temple, while on the other hand, the Muslim side says that it is in fact a maqbara, and they have the land records to substantiate the same. And these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow. And there on the right-hand side, you can see how the entire area has been barricaded by the police, and they're trying to make the Hindu organization members understand that they need permission to enter inside the premises of this old structure that we are showing to you. But earlier today, there was ruckus on the ground in Fatehpur. To my colleague Gaurav, who's reporting live from that spot. Gaurav, हमें बताइए अभी ग्राउंड सिचुएशन क्या है? हम देख पा रहे हैं कि बैरिकेड कर दिया इस पूरे एरिया को. क्या कुछ टेंशन थी, क्या कुछ क्लेम्स है हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और अभी क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे?
बिल्कुल, आपको बता दें स्थिति अभी सामान्य है. मैं अपनी अगर दाईं तरफ तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं तो देखिए, जो मकबरा है वो ये है. यहाँ पर ही पूरी भीड़ जो थी वो सुबह से इकट्ठा हुई थी, जिसके बाद जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का जो प्रयास है वो किया गया था. लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस ने जो भीड़ थी उसको एकत्रित करके और उसको गांव से बाहर निकालने का जो प्रयास है वो कर लिया. और फिर भी अभी तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको पुलिस ने बराबर जो गांव के बाहर एग्जिट पॉइंट है वहां पर रोक रखा है. मकबरे से दूरी पर किया हुआ है, क्योंकि तमाम ऐसे जो हिंदुवादी संगठन थे जो सुबह मकबरे पर पहुंच गए थे, जिसके बाद से जो विवाद की स्थिति वो उत्पन्न हुई थी. और उसको चलते ही
जो पुलिस प्रशासन है उसने तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से भेजने का प्रयास किया. फिलहाल आपको बता दें, इस वक्त हमने जब एसपी फतेहपुर जो है अनूप सिंह, उनसे बात की तो उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि ड्रोन के जरिए तमाम लोगों की वीडियोग्राफी की गई, उनको पहचाना गया जिन्होंने जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था, जिसके चलते उनको पहचान कर उनके ऊपर जो कार्रवाई है वो सख्त से सख्त जो की जाएगी. उसके बाद ही आपको बता दें कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने झंडा जो है वो फहराया था, जिसके बाद जो कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पर अब कुछ ही देर में देखने को मिलेगी. चूंकि प्रशासन का साफ तौर पे कहना है कि ऐसे लोगों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा जिन्होंने भी जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था. तमाम नारेबाजी हमने देखी, किस तरह से जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो भी देखने को मिली. और मैं अपने अगर पीछे विजुअल दिखाऊं तो देखिए साफ तौर पर भारी भीड़ अभी भी यहाँ पर इकट्ठा है, लेकिन जो मकबरा है उससे काफी दूरी पर है ये लोग, और पुलिस ने इनको यहीं पर रोक रखा है. इससे आगे जाने की इनको अनुमति नहीं है. फिलहाल सुबह से ही जिस तरह से देख रहे थे, हिंदुवादी संगठन ने एक तरह का आह्वान किया था कि सुबह जो मकबरा है वहां पर पहुंचने का, भारी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे, जिसके बाद लगातार जो पुलिस प्रशासन था उसने लोगों को रोकने का प्रयास किया, तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से जो वापस है वो भेजा गया है। लेकिन आपको बता दें, अभी भी इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों को चिन्हित किया गया है पुलिस के द्वारा, जिन पर सख्त कार्रवाई की बात कही जा रही, जिन्होंने इस पूरे मामले में, चूंकि प्रशासन सुबह से यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग लगाकर इस रास्ते को रोका गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी पुलिस की बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ते हुए तमाम लोग ऐसे थे जो कि मकबरे तक पहुंच गए थे, और उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर एकत्र हो गए, जिसके बाद जो स्थिति थी वो तनावपूर्ण हो गई, जिसके चलते पुलिस ने और प्रशासन ने दोनों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ पर शांत रहने का और यहाँ से जाने का जो आगाह है वो किया था। और उसके बाद तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं, जिस तरह से आप देखिए कि अभी भी लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि आगे जाने का प्रयास करें, लेकिन जो प्रशासन है वो इनको यहीं पर उनको रोका हुआ है, उनको मना किया गया है कि आगे ना जाए, और साफ तौर पर
करके शुल्क का भुगतान करने से परहेज किया।
All right, so these are the visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high. In fact, what we're learning is that the entire area has been barricaded, and there you can see that this is the old structure that is in the center of controversy. Now, the Hindu organizations are saying that this is a Thakur Ji temple, and there are lotus motifs that are also present inside. Gaurav, my colleague, has been reporting live and exclusive from that spot since morning. Gaurav, हमें बताइए, दो तरह के लेटर लिखे गए हैं। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है कि हमें पूजा करने की परमिशन चाहिए। अब मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी कहना है कि वहां पे ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है इसको हटाया ना जाए। इस चीज को लेकर भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को एक लेटर लिखा गया है। इस सब के बारे में हमें डिटेल्स दीजिए।
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरह से इस बारे में हमने जब डीएम से बात करने की कोशिश करी गई तो उनका साफ तौर पे कहना था कि इस पूरे मामले में दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें आई हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। लेकिन जो आज फिलहाल स्थिति थी, जिस तरह से 2 दिन पहले से यहाँ पर आह्वान किया गया था कि जो मकबरा है उसको लेकर के संगठन का दावा था कि वहां पर 11 अगस्त को सुबह पहुंचकर पूजा अर्चना की जाएगी, जिसके बाद यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग लगाई थी, भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर पुलिस को तैनात किया गया था। लेकिन तमाम बैरिकेडिंग्स को और पुलिस प्रशासन को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ थी वो कहीं ना कहीं मकबरे तक पहुंच गई। और यहाँ पर उसके बाद जिस तरह से हमने विजुअल्स देखे कैसे जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो लोगों की देखने को मिली, उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर आ गए, और उसके बाद पुलिस लगातार उनको प्रयास करके यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश करती रही। और फिलहाल जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य देखी जा रही है। लेकिन आपको बता दें, इन दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें हैं उसकी जांच खुद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है वो कर रहे हैं, और खुद जो एसपी हैं उन्नाव के अनूप सिंह, उनका जो फतेहपुर के एसपी हैं अनूप सिंह, उनका साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में ड्रोन के जरिए निगरानी की जा रही है, और तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको चिन्हित किया गया है, जिनके द्वारा जो स्थिति है उसको, माहौल को जो खराब करने की कोशिश की थी, उन पर सख्त कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। बैक टू यू।
एब्सोल्युटली। सबसे बड़ी बात यहाँ ये बनती है कि अगर कल हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने ये लेटर लिखा था डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को कि वो पूजा करना चाहते हैं शिवलिंग की, वहाँ फिर भी वहाँ एम्पल सिक्योरिटी क्यों नहीं थी, ये क्वेश्चन काफी लोग पूछ रहे हैं। और दूसरा कि अभी क्या इस केस पे डिटेंशन हुआ है किसी का, किस पे फिलहाल फोकस है पुलिस का इस पूरे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल फिलहाल पुलिस ड्रोन के जरिए कुछ लोगों की पहचान की गई है, उनको पहचान कर उनके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई है उसकी बात कही गई है। और वहीं इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों के पास से जो डंडे हैं और तमाम ऐसी चीजें थी जो बरामद हुई, जो कि पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में ले ली है, और ऐसे लोगों की पहचान की जा रही है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन की बात तो पुलिस कह रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इस पूरे प्रकरण में किसी को भी पुलिस के द्वारा डिटेन नहीं किया गया है।
एब्सोल्युटली। बट एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, जब भी ऐसा कोई केस आता है गौरव, तो लीगली इस चीज को परस्यू किया जाता है। क्या हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस क्या अभी कोर्ट जाने की कोशिश करेंगे इस पूरे केस को लेकर? क्योंकि उनका भी दावा है कि अंदर लोटस मोटिव्स पाए गए हैं, ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स हैं अंदर, क्या वो कोर्ट जाएंगे?
देखिए, बिल्कुल इस पूरे मामले में एक बड़ा सवाल है आपका। इस पूरे मामले में अगर बात कही जाए तो पहले जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को यहाँ मकबरे पर पहुंचकर आह्वान की बात की जा रही थी, इसको लेकर के पुलिस प्रशासन को पहले ही उनसे एक समन्वय बना के बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो समन्वय उनका स्थापित नहीं हुआ, जिसके चलते आज जो तस्वीरें हैं वो देखने को मिली। हिंदुवादी संगठन जिस तरह से सुबह पहुंचा और बैरिकेडिंग्स के बाद भी वो अंदर आ गया, कहीं ना कहीं जो आपसी समन्वय था वो नहीं स्थापित हुआ, जिसके चलते इस तरह की विवादित स्थिति जो है वो देखने को मिली। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में जिलाधिकारी के पास दोनों के पत्र आ चुके हैं, और दोनों ही जो पत्र हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। इस पूरे मामले में जांच करने के बाद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट का आदेश होगा वो इस पर आएगा। लेकिन उसके आदेश आने के पहले ही जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को आह्वान के साथ ही आज भारी मात्रा में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंच गए और अफरा तफरी का माहौल मच गया, नारेबाजी होती रही, जिसके चलते भारी पुलिस बल को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया और उसके बाद ही लोगों को यहाँ से हटाने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो की गई। तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से वापस भेजा गया। अभी भी अगर मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो मेरे पीछे देखिए, साफ तौर पर भारी मात्रा में गांव की जो भीड़ है वो यहाँ पर एकत्रित है। पुलिस द्वारा हालांकि उनको वहां पर रोका गया है, लेकिन अभी भी तमाम लोग ऐसे हैं जो यहाँ पर आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चाहे वो बात की जाए हिंदुवादी संगठन की या दूसरे समुदाय के लोगों की बात की जाए, दोनों ही तरफ के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर आने का प्रयास लगातार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा उन दोनों को ही अपनी अपनी जगहों पर रोक दिया गया है।
Gaurav, keep tracking those details. In fact, this tomb versus temple dispute has escalated in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Continue to track that story. And with this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right back with much more updates. We'll tell you about in fact, the protest that is underway in the national capital. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties are marching from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters. And also on the other side, another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of Arose City, Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत के।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. There is a latest flashpoint between India and Pakistan, and that is in the Arabian Sea, because India and Pakistan are holding different naval drills. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Clashes in Fatehpur over a disputed tomb. Heavy police deployed as stone pelting and violence takes center stage.
कब से लोकतंत्र में इन लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. UP CM Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on Samajwadi Party. Biggest ever remark by Supreme Court on stray dog menace, issues an 8-week ultimatum to Delhi NCR authorities to pick up all the stray dogs. "300 MPs from 25 opposition parties march from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge." Beaten, bite marks on body, horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida Daycare. Parents file complaint.
इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with Washington. It's another huge face-off between India and Pakistan as they're all set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea. Asim Munir threatens from US soil, addressing American audience. Munir says he will destroy half the world if threatened. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The Defence Ministry has approved a UAV procurement deal worth 30,000 crore rupees. And this particular deal has been awarded to two separate firms. The names of these two participating firms have not yet been disclosed yet. Now, what we understand is that the Defence Ministry has approved UAV purchase deal, I beg your pardon. And what we understand is that it's a 30,000 crore deal awarded to two firms. And the names of these two firms are yet to be announced. But this is a big boost to Make in India. And these two firms that have gotten this deal are private firms. And the names of these two firms are yet to be announced. But what we understand is that the deal is worth 30,000 crore rupees. And this is a major step towards Atmanirbharta. And we have Ishan joining us live. Ishan, this is a huge deal that has been announced by the Defence Ministry. 30,000 crore rupees is what we're talking about. And two firms whose names are yet to be announced. Help us understand the nature of this deal and also what this means.
This deal has been announced by Ministry of Defence today. This is primarily part of the earlier 87,000 crore MALE drone deal finalized by the Ministry of Defence. This deal has allocated local procurement of drones having capabilities of flying at least 35,000 feet and for 30 hours continuously. This will give the primary condition for this deal is that it will the drones need to be manufactured locally within India. This is a great boost to the defense industry in India, and it will provide great confidence in the defense manufacturing sector.
This is a big boost to self-reliance. We have more breaking news updates, but thank you, Ishan, for joining me with those details. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed another video of the forces blast opening a terror hideout inside a cave. The latest video is from another angle. It is of the same blast that was done earlier in Kishtwar, and we're just putting those visuals on your screens. Well, this is the latest video that we have accessed. There you can see how a terror hideout has been completely blasted open by our forces. That was the cave through which the forces believe the terrorists were operating from. This is a major terror hideout that has been busted. It has been blasted open by our forces using explosives. And this is the same terror den that was blasted open earlier today, but from a different angle, as anti-terror operations have entered day 3. These are the latest pictures that we have accessed from Kishtwar, where our forces have blasted open a terror den. This was a terror hideout that has been blasted open by our forces. Explosives were used in this operation. And this was earlier in the day, viewers, when this was reported from Kishtwar, and this is the latest video that we have accessed from another angle. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, give us the latest updates as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned. It has entered day 3, and we've also accessed another video from another angle of our forces blast opening a terror den.
Yes, this was the opening of that very tunnel, that cave which has a tunnel deep inside it. It is believed to be somewhere close to 40 feet or more, because earlier it was believed to be some 20 feet. But now the forces have advanced to that very point, and it is still being said that it is almost half yet to be crossed by the forces. The special forces of the Indian Army have been inducted in the operations, and also what we are picking up that the area of operations has been extended by the security forces, because it was earlier restricted only to that very cave, but now it has been extended to the nearby areas. So forces are not ruling out the possibility of any other opening of this tunnel also. And also the intervention that is being done by the special forces of the Indian Army, it is taking time, because for every feet to be crossed, it is taking close to 1 hour, because the forces have to crawl inside this cave, because this is one such operation, one of its kind, that is being carried out inside a cave. So it is altogether a different ball game for the security forces in which they are conducting the operations. But these two terrorists, because they are active for more than half a decade, they are well versed of the area's demography as well as the topography of the area and how they can escape from one route to the other. So that is why the forces are, without taking any collateral damage, without getting into much adventurism, they are carrying out the operation slowly. They know this operation is going to take time, but they want these terrorists to be eliminated at an earliest, and that's why there are blastings that are taking place at the entrance of the tunnel as well as at the midway also.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining me with those details. Well, this is another challenging operation for our forces, as another tunnel inside a cave has been discovered after blast opening it. Now, moving on, viewers, yet another harrowing incident of a human-animal conflict has surfaced online. An elephant at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve in Karnataka charged at a tourist in this particular region. Here's the complete report on what exactly happened.
It was a narrow escape for a tourist visiting the Bandipura Tiger Reserve in Karnataka. This after a wild elephant suddenly charged at him. The elephant knocked the tourist to the ground and pinned him under the foot. Thankfully, the man sustained only minor injuries. The terrifying incident was captured and circulated online. The forest officials are investigating the incident. Eyewitnesses say the man had stepped a little too close to the elephant while trying to click photographs. Bandipura is a home to over 1,500 elephants, making it one of India's largest elephant habitats. In recent years, cases of human-animal conflict have risen sharply in wildlife corridors as expanding human activity pushes deeper into animal territory. Forest officials also stress that such encounters can be avoided if tourists respect the boundaries of wildlife and avoid risky behavior.
Shifting our focus to the dispute over a tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sadar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing, and it was a war of versions that escalated into a full-blown violent episode. There were reports of people of the Hindu community climbing the tomb and allegedly vandalized it. People of the minority community have also started pelting stones. Well, this is the high drama, the showdown that was witnessed earlier in the day. And even as we speak, the situation remains very, very grim because there's heavy police deployment, and this particular structure, which has been at the center of the dispute, has been completely barricaded. But despite that, you can see people breaching the barricades and also installing a saffron flag. The police have tried to appeal for calm, but to their dismay, the warring factions continue to escalate the violence. Earlier in the day, viewers, this is the very structure at which the Hindu side had sought permission to perform puja and parikrama, as they claimed that back in the past, there was a Thakur Ji temple, a Shiva temple. But on the other hand, the Muslim community members have said that this is indeed a tomb that belonged to their community. And what we understand is that the war of words escalated into stone pelting, lathi charging, and violence. Heavy security has been deployed.
वो साफ तौर पर तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं। भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात है, बैरिकेडिंग्स लगा रखी हैं और आसपास लोग जो आए थे उनको यहाँ से हटा दिया गया है। किसी भी तरह के लोगों को, चाहे हिंदूवादी संगठन हो या दूसरे समुदाय के लोग हों, उनको यहाँ पर जो आने की अनुमति है वो नहीं दी गई है। बराबर जो लोग यहाँ पर थे उनको यहाँ से खदेड़ कर हटा दिया गया है। भारी पुलिस बल का लगातार जो फ्लैग मार्च है वो गांव में जारी है। जो भी भीड़ एकत्रित हो रही है उनको तुरंत यहाँ से हटाने का जो आदेश है वो दिया गया है। और देखिए, मैं आपको विजुअली दिखाऊं अगर, तो भारी पुलिस फोर्स जो है वो फ्लैग मार्च गांव के अंदर ही कर रही है। और बिल्कुल जो
Well, that was our correspondent bringing us the latest updates. What we understand is that the access to this particular structure has been denied, and there's heavy police deployment, like you can see on your screens, and this particular structure has also been barricaded.
गया, तमाम लोग नारेबाजी भी करते दिख रहे हैं। देखिए, भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात है। खुद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है वो यहाँ पर है, एसपी जो अनूप सिंह है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और भारी पुलिस बल इस तरह के जो लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है, जो कि आगे आने का प्रयास कर रहे थे और कहीं ना कहीं विरोध प्रदर्शन में शामिल थे, उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको ड्रोन के जरिए चिन्हित किया गया है, जिन्होंने पत्थर भी चलाए हैं, और कई लोग ऐसे थे जो डंडे लेकर के इस पूरे विरोध प्रदर्शन में आए थे, उनको चिन्हित किया गया और उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई की जो बात है पुलिस के द्वारा वो कही गई है। मैं अगर विजुअली आपको दिखाऊं तो देखिए, जो भी एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं इस मकबरे के पास के, वहां पर भारी मात्रा में लोग इकट्ठा हैं और उनको ही पुलिस प्रयास करके यहां से हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। भारी पुलिस बल को गांव के चारों तरफ लगा दिया गया है ताकि कोई भी इसके आसपास ना आ सके। जिस तरह से सुबह तस्वीरों में देखा कि कैसे जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने की कोशिश की गई थी, उसके बाद से ही लगातार पुलिस के द्वारा इन लोगों को यहां से खदेड़ा गया। और इनकी जो पहचान है वो कि देखिए, नारेबाजी हो रही है। पुलिस से जो भिड़ंत के विजुअल्स हैं वो आपको दिखा सकते हैं, कैसे सामने भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से हटाने के लिए पुलिस प्रशासन आगे बढ़ा है, और उसके बाद ही जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी है वो देखने को मिल रही है। ये तस्वीरें फतेहपुर से गांव की हैं, जहां पर मकबरे के पास जाने को लेकर के सैकड़ों की तादाद में लोग इकट्ठा हो गए हैं, और देखिए हाथों में झंडे भी हैं और भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है। लगातार ताली और प्रदर्शन देखने को मिल रहा है, नारेबाजी पुलिस के खिलाफ यहाँ पर हो रही है। और ये तस्वीरें आपको फतेहपुर से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर देखिए मकबरे के करीब जाने को लेकर के प्रशासन के द्वारा लोगों को रोका गया था, और उसके साथ ही जो भीड़ है वो एकत्रित हो गई है और पुलिस के खिलाफ जो नारेबाजी है वो लगातार जारी है। हाथों में झंडे भी हैं, किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का तो नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन हाथ में एक झंडा दिखाई दे रहा है और लाउडस्पीकर के द्वारा पुलिस इनको समझाने का प्रयास कर रही है, लेकिन भीड़ है वो बढ़ती ही जा रही है। और ऐसी कुछ तस्वीरें थी पहले, इस तरह वीडियो जारी हुए हैं पुलिस के द्वारा भी देखे गए कि कई लोग ऐसे थे जिन्होंने भीड़ में पत्थर चलाने का काम किया था, उनको भी पहचान किया जा रहा है। जिसके बाद देखिए पुलिस के द्वारा इनको पीछे किया जा रहा है, जो प्रयास होने के लिए लगातार लाउडस्पीकर के जरिए बोला जा रहा है कि ऐसा करने से कुछ भी हासिल नहीं होगा, यहाँ पर फीडबैक ऐसा करें, और यहाँ से इनको पीछे करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। लेकिन ये देखिए, लोग हैं वो पुलिस उनको पीछे कर रही है, लेकिन तमाम लोग जो भीड़ है वो यहाँ पर लगातार इकट्ठा हो रही है। इससे पहले भी पुलिस इनको कई बार पीछे हटा चुकी, लेकिन दोबारा फिर ये लोग जो भीड़ के साथ में आगे आ जाते हैं, उसके साथ ही लगातार जो पुलिस है इनसे लाउडस्पीकर के जरिए इनको मैसेज दे रही है कि यहाँ पर भीड़ ना लगाएं, अनावश्यक यहाँ पर ना खड़े हो, माहौल को खराब ना करें। लेकिन ये देखिए भीड़ है वो भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो गई है और लगातार जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी थी वो भी इनके द्वारा की जा रही थी, जिसके चलते अब इनको यहाँ से खदेड़ा गया है। देखिए तस्वीरों में देखिए जो झंडा उनको लेकर के यहाँ पर पुलिस लगातार उनसे झंडा हटाने की और यहाँ से हटने की जो मांग है वो कर रही है। लगातार उनको समझाकर पीछे करने का जो प्रयास है वो
Well, there you can see the police pushing back the warring factions, and they've also made public announcements appealing for peace and calm. And despite their appeals, the two sides are refusing to leave this particular site. And this is the disputed structure that we're talking about, which has landed in a major dispute between two communities. One community claims that there was a temple back in the past here, but the other community claims that this is a tomb that belonged to the Muslim community members. And just 24 hours back, the Hindu community had sought permission from the district administration regarding performing rituals here, parikrama, and also a puja here. And despite the appeal and despite them seeking permission, the situation has now gone out of control. The police there have arrived in huge number in their riot gear. There you can see vests and lathis with helmets. So this clearly describes the intensity of the situation. And also clashes were reported earlier in the day, stone pelting, and also groups charging at each other with sticks and batons were also reported just a couple of hours back. And what we understand from our correspondent Gaurav is that the police there on your screens making announcements, appealing both the factions to return to their homes and to avoid taking law into their own hands.
आप अपने घर जाओ, हम यहाँ रोज का तो दोबारा दिखाई दिए ना।
The police have also deployed drones, eyes in the skies, to identify all those miscreants who were involved in stone pelting, who were involved in disturbing the peace of this particular locality. All of these miscreants are being identified and action will be taken against them. The SP has also arrived at the scene to take stock of the situation. The police here have mobilized in large numbers. Barricades have been put up near the disputed structure, restricting entry to both the sides, saying that the matter must be settled legally. So if this now goes to the court, then we might possibly be looking at an
देखिए बिल्कुल जो
survey.
भारी पुलिस बल को गांव में तैनात किया गया था, यहाँ पर जो भीड़ उमड़ी थी उसको यहाँ से शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से जो पुलिस के द्वारा हटा दिया गया है। लेकिन अभी भी लगातार जो पुलिस का फ्लैग मार्च है वो गांव में जारी है। तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि भीड़ को लेकर के एकत्रित हो रहे हैं, उनको लेकर के जो लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें देखिए साफ तौर पर जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से खदेड़ करके पीछे किया गया है, चूंकि जिस तरह से वो लोग आगे आ रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं जो विवाद की स्थिति उत्पन्न हो रही थी, जिसके चलते लगातार उनको समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से वापस भेजा गया है। गांव में भारी मात्रा में जो पुलिस है उसको तैनात कर दिया गया है। हालांकि ये तस्वीरें सुबह से ही लगातार देखने को मिल रही थी, किस तरह से जो लोग थे उनको यहाँ से समझाया जा रहा था कि यहाँ पर भीड़ ना इकट्ठा हो, लेकिन जिस तरह से हिंदू संगठन का एक आह्वान था और सुबह भीड़ इकट्ठा हुई थी और उसके बाद से ही लगातार जो गांव में भी दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो इकट्ठा हो जाते हैं और उसके बाद जो स्थिति थी वो तनावपूर्ण देखने को लगी। नारेबाजी देखने को मिली, पुलिस के खिलाफ भी नारेबाजी लगातार चल रही थी, लेकिन अब इन लोगों को यहाँ पे शांत करा के हटा दिया गया है। ये फतेहपुर से। यहाँ देखिए, आपको अगर तस्वीरों में दिखाएं तो देखिए यही वो मकबरा है जिसको लेकर के जो विवाद है वो सुबह से देखने को मिल रहा था। तमाम जो ऐसे लोग थे जो कि एक आह्वान करने के साथ ही यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करने के लिए सुबह सुबह आ गए थे। हालांकि पुलिस द्वारा उनको रोका गया, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जो कि मौके पर पहुंच गए और उसके बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरह से सुबह से तस्वीरें दिख रही, पुलिस से भिड़ंत की तस्वीरें दिखी, झड़प की तस्वीरें दिखी, इस तरह की तस्वीरें लगातार सामने आ रही थी। भारी पुलिस बल को मकबरे में भी तैनात कर दिया गया। देखिए, पुलिस की मौजूदगी है वो साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। ऊपर भी पुलिस कर्मियों को तैनात कर दिया गया है और गाँव से लगातार जो तस्वीरें आ रही वो हमने आपको दिखाई, कैसे जो नारेबाजी है पुलिस के खिलाफ वो चल रही है। हालांकि पुलिस का फ्लैग मार्च जो है वो लगातार जारी है और स्थिति को सामान्य पुलिस बता रही है, लेकिन अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी है वो देखने को मिल रही है। लोगों का जो आक्रोश है वो भी नजर आ रहा है। गांव के अंदर की हमने आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई, किस तरह से जो भारी पुलिस बल है उसको यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया था और उसके बाद ही लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से वापस भेजने की कोशिश की गई, लेकिन अभी भी कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर एकत्रित होते हुए दिख रहे हैं।
Well, that was Gaurav bringing us the latest updates. Let me just give you a quick recap of what has happened since morning. The Hindu side claimed that there were symbols that proved that there was indeed a temple here, but the Muslim side claims that this stone belonged to their community. Moving on to some shocking visuals coming in from a Noida daycare, and this has sparked massive outrage because a 15-month-old toddler was brutally assaulted by a caretaker, and it was all caught on CCTV. The toddler was slapped, bitten, thrown to the ground, and the horror unfolded inside what was meant to be a safe space. The accused has been arrested, but serious questions remain about the safety of children at such daycare centers.
Abuse caught on camera. A toddler slapped, dropped, bitten and beaten by the very woman entrusted with her care. The CCTV footage is chilling, the pain visible on the baby's face. Bite marks, bruises and trauma. The child is just 15 months old. But it doesn't end there. The caregiver, frustrated with the baby's cries, throws her to the floor again. The horror unfolded inside a daycare located in a residential complex in Noida, Sector 137. A place meant to nurture is now a site of unimaginable cruelty. The incident came to light when the child's mother found bite marks on both the thighs and rushed her to the doctor. What she thought was a skin infection turned out to be human bites, confirmed by the medical examiner. Acting on the complaint, Noida police arrested the 16-year-old nanny, who is a resident of Shadara in Sector 142. The daycare head is also under investigation, and police are verifying if the center was even licensed to operate. The CCTV reveals not just the abuse, but a complete betrayal of trust. The cries were unheard, her wounds now a symbol of system that failed her. Police say investigations are underway, but the big question is the silence of these daycare walls. Who's protecting them and the ones who cannot speak for themselves?
Viewers, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath delivered a pointed attack in the assembly, drawing a stark contrast between the Samajwadi Party and democracy. He likened the two entities to being on different sides of a river, questioning the party's commitment to democratic principles. Listen in. Well, this is Yogi Adityanath's scathing attack on SP in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly, which commenced from today, saying that SP and democracy are not on the same side. They are on the different sides. Let's listen in to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's pointed attack against the opposition.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका अरे सुनिए ना, तंत्र में कब से विश्वास हो गया है? कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया? इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंद तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है।
Now, moving beyond the traditional military drills, India and Australia military ties are all set to gain momentum with the Chief of Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, who's on a 5-day visit to India. His visit in a very, very crucial time has come in order to enhance the bilateral military cooperation, focusing on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. In fact, his discussions with the Indian officials will be reviewing existing partnerships and also explore further ways to improve the operational coordination in the Indo-Pacific region. Here's a quick report.
The Australian Army Chief, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, is on a 4-day strategic visit to India, strengthening the military ties between the two nations. Today, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart received a guard of honor at the South Block lawns in New Delhi. Lieutenant General Stewart, along with Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, were seen reuniting after a decade during the guard of honor ceremony. The Australian Army Chief also laid a wreath at the National War Memorial today, honouring the fallen Indian soldiers. This visit by the Australian Army Chief reflects the Indian Army's rising profile as a credible partner in the Indo-Pacific.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Asim Munir's threat from US soil addressing American audience. Munir says that he will destroy half the world if threatened. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of Aerocity, Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political.
Clashes reported in Fatehpur over a disputed tomb. Heavy police deployed.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on SP. Supreme Court passes an order on stray dog menaces. Pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks or face action. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida Daycare. Parents have filed a complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with US. Fresh face-off between India and Pakistan as both of them are set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Asim Munir threatens from US soil. Addressing Americans, he says he will wipe out half the world if threatened.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day as after Operation Sindoor, after India struck Pakistan, India and Pakistan, both of them will be holding naval drills. They are all set to display the naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, remember, Pakistan Navy has also issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedule points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to regional security. The exercises, ladies and gentlemen, are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the NOTAM that has been issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. Joining us on the broadcast is Major General Samarpal II, Defence Expert. General, very good morning, very good afternoon to you. This is the first time after Operation Sindoor that India and Pakistan will be in close proximity to each other, and that too at a time where both of them will be displaying their naval exercises, their naval might. And it is unsaid that when it comes to India and Pakistan, when it comes to comparing their naval exercises, their naval drills, India certainly has the edge.
Yes, definitely. But you see, the thing which is worrying is basically the time and the dates selected for this exercise, number one. Number two, 60 nautical miles is equivalent to just 110 kilometers. So you see, the distance is not much. And the weapons that are going to be used are, they're going to be few different type of missiles. And especially from the Pakistan side, they're using the Exocet missiles. They have the Babar missiles. So, these are the missiles which could actually overshoot the NOTAM area and could land into the Indian waters where the Indian Navy is carrying out these drills. So it is very, it is very surprising how Pakistan has actually selected the exact same date and almost the same area which lies in the trajectory of the Indian Navy's presence. So that is what is a bit intriguing. It is a very fragile and a very tense situation right now, because you see, even if the missile overshoots the target during a drill, it might result in some accidental fire, which might be provocative. So number one is that. Number two, the reason during Op Sindoor that the Indian Navy despite its carrier group being deployed, were not able to be, maneuverable very much is because of this type of placement, tactical placement by the Pakistan naval ships. So this again is a place which has been selected by Pakistan, which makes all the trading ships detour, which would take more time and more fuel consumption to reach India or Bombay. So you see, it is a bit of hindrance. And to counter this, it is basically a strategic move or a message by Pakistan by issuing the NOTAM and occupying the area in which it is carrying out the naval exercise. So yes, the implications are basically that they are trying to project the show of force. And to our horror, you see, if the Pakistan Navy gets permission to deploy in Chittagong or Bangladesh, that is definitely going to be very worrying for the Indian naval forces, because it is within the proximity of our vital naval installations.
Absolutely.
And then we have China in the Coco Islands dominating the Malacca Strait. So it is high time that, the Indian Navy gets a mega boost. I'm not even saying boost, but a mega boost, and a lot of infrastructural enhancement needs to be done for the Navy, and new weapon systems need to be immediately brought in for the Indian Navy to counter both these nations' navies, because I am telling you this today on record, that it is just a matter of time when both these countries will get at India sooner or later. And we have to be prepared from today itself, and also read between the lines in terms of their NOTAMs and their exercise areas and deployments.
Right. Major Tour, I request you to stay with us, because in the due course of time, what we're also going to do, Major Tour, and I will come back to you on that, is tell our viewers about the kind of venom that Asim Munir, the Pakistan Army chief, spewed yesterday. And not just that, he went on to express the fault lines that are there in his own country, that is Pakistan. Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir has issued a chilling nuclear threat, not just to India, but to half of the world. This alarming statement comes during his second visit to the United States in less than 2 months. For the first time ever, a foreign military leader has used the United States soil to threaten a third country with nuclear consequences. Clearly, Donald Trump has given a pat on the back for the Pakistan Army Chief. Here is how Asim Munir spewed venom against India and the world yesterday.
Months after India's heroic victory over terror state Pakistan, its army chief issued nuclear threat to India and even extended the threat to half the world. This time, the threat was issued from American soil. While he was hosted to a private lunch at the White House by US President Donald Trump during his first visit, on his second visit, Munir issued the nuclear threat. This is the first ever nuclear threat known to have been delivered from the soil of the United States against a third country. Munir, who came out of the shadows amid soaring tensions between India and Pakistan, further raked up the Indus Water Treaty issue. Munir said that we will wait for India to build a dam on Indus, and when it does, we will destroy the dams.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein, it is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Ziaul-Haq gave form to this particular doctrine of 1,000 years war. And someone added that you should add this 1,000 cut into it. And similar kind of venom was spewed by General Asim Munir against India and Hindus. Speech just few days or weeks before what happened in Pahalgam.
The man behind Pahalgam attack, man who spewed venom against India, the man who is issuing nuclear threat not just to India but to half of the world. But Trump gave him a clean chit and praised him.
In your meeting today,
with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army. Did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Did you share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war.
But in India, we set the record straight on how our forces decimated Pakistan's terror bases and air bases.
I'm talking about fighter aircraft from S-400. We have at least 5 fighters confirmed kills and 1 large aircraft, which could be either an Elint aircraft or an AWNC aircraft, which was taken on at a distance of about 300 kilometers. This is the actually largest ever recorded surface-to-air kill.
This time, I think that is Pahalgam 25. It was wide and deep where we hit the heartland. This was the first time we hit the heartland. And of course, our target was the nursery and the masters. And like I told you, and this has never been done, and even Pakistan was not expecting that the heartland will be hit. And that's what came as a shocker to them.
India's Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi went a step further to troll Asim Munir's promotion.
If you ask to a Pakistani whether you lost or won, you say, my chief has become Field Marshal, we must have won only, that's why he's become Field Marshal.
Pakistan's economy has been in shambles for the past decade and is sustaining on global loans. And yet, US administration struck a deal with Pakistan in which Washington will work with Islamabad in developing the South Asian nation's oil reserves. Trump announced 50% tariffs on India, and not only this, Trump took a dead economy jibe on India. But setting the record straight, Prime Minister Modi gave a strong counter.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई। हम बहुत तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took pot shots at Trump in a veiled attack.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Trump's vendetta with India is becoming personal, and his obsession with Nobel is getting real. Blinded by his zeal to match Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, Trump is hitting a wrecking ball at the India-US relationship. Will Trump's free hand to Munir for Peace Prize put half of the world's peace at stake?
It's very astonishing, Major Tur, how Asim Munir is giving out the fault lines, is telling the fault lines and the vast difference between India and Pakistan on his own. He goes on to say in the same speech that he addressed from the US soil how Pakistan is a dump trash and how India is like Mercedes. And what is more shocking is here, Major Tur, is that Asim Munir, the Pakistani army chief, has been making these statements, threatening the world from the United States. So do you think it is a pat on the back of Asim Munir by Donald Trump clearly?
You see, firstly, the position and post of a high-ranking general is supposed to be mature. It is supposed to be very, it's a position of responsibility. But the way he has been behaving, wearing a black suit and a tie, but he's behaving like a rogue politician. There is no, there is no sign of him being a refined general who's leading an army. He looks like a thug who has been ranting out these threats openly on foreign soil. I don't know the desperation, what it is, maybe it is the humiliation, maybe it is the calling out of the bluff and the lies of the Pakistan narrative, which has actually triggered him to pass on such statements by saying that, if Pakistan is threatened, then, it is going to nuke India and is going to get half of the world down with him. So, you see, these are the exact telltale signs of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein as a dictator used to behave like this, that if he's going down, then nobody survives. Everybody goes down.
Right.
So this is the exact mindset of Asif Munir. These are the exact blueprints of what Saddam Hussein had. And the difference and the bigger danger is that this general possesses a nuclear bomb. He has the power to press that button of a nuclear bomb on the largest democracy of the world. So he is a lunatic. He is a clear and present danger to all the sane democracies of the world. All responsible nations of the world have to take notice of this nuclear ranting by a sitting general in position. I do not even consider him a field marshal. I would consider him as a general. The reason why he was made the field marshal was to toe the narrative that the Sindoor operation was dominated and taken over by Pakistan. That is why he was promoted to a field marshal, which defies all logic. So it is sooner or later the people of Pakistan will know his bluff, and it is matter of time that either the Pakistani public will get him down, or else he will get Pakistan down and into ruins by his nuclear rant, which is a threat to a democratic world, a free world, and America has to take serious note of it. And the biggest political blunder by America will be that they do not condemn his statement and they keep quiet about it. That will show the true intent of the US political diaspora. So now is the time for US to behave in a mature manner and handle this thug and this rogue general now before it is too late. And then you see snakes in the backyard. This is American snake in its own backyard. Pakistan is going to get at Americans also very soon. It already has by giving refuge to Osama bin Laden. Pakistan is a nation which has the blood of American soldiers, the NATO soldiers, the British soldiers on its hands. So I really fail to understand that why is the public of America, Britain, Canada, and other European countries not raising their voice against this rogue nation with a dictator? Because you see, none of the political top brass of Pakistan is being invited anywhere. It is only he, Asif Munir, who's been visiting these top offices.
Absolutely,
so
sir.
There is
Major Tour, yes, this also comes at a time, exactly. This is yesterday when Munir had made that statement. Today they're conducting naval drills, at that too at just 60 nautical miles away from India. Clearly, it is an attempt to provoke India. But what is also under question is Donald Trump's stance on whether will he support or condemn what Asif Munir has said from his own country's soil. We're tracking that, and that also stays as our top story at 9 p.m. But we'll also go across to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with Kiran Rijiju making a statement on...
हंगामा करके इलेक्शन कमीशन में जा करके फिर वहाँ भी हंगामा करके अब इलेक्शन कमीशन को अटैक कर रहे हैं. बुलाया, खुद आया नहीं है, फिर इलेक्शन कमीशन को गाली देते रहते हैं दिन भर. ऐसा मत कीजिए. आप इलेक्टेड लोग हैं, चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हैं. थोड़ा अपना रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का समझिए. देश के प्रति सब जवाबदेही है हम लोग. देश ने जब हमको पार्लियामेंट मेंबर चुन के भेजा है तो फिर व्यवहार भी तो करना पड़ेगा. हम जिम्मेदार लोग हैं. ऐसा गैर जिम्मेदारी करने वाला विपक्ष मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा है. मैं बहुत दुखी हूं, लेकिन फिर भी हम तो संसद का कामकाज करेंगे. हम पूरा जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल है हम पारित करेंगे आज दोनों सदन में.
क्या सर संसद का कार्यकाल समय से पहले, समय सीमा से पहले खत्म हो सकता है?
वो तो देखते हैं. अब विपक्ष तो पार्लियामेंट चलाने में उसका कोई रुचि नहीं है. उनका तो सिर्फ हेडलाइन बनाने के लिए बहुत ही नीचे स्तर का जो शब्द यूज करते हैं मैं कहना नहीं चाहता हूं. और इनका पार्लियामेंट संस्थाएं हैं, संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं, किसी में विश्वास नहीं। राहुल गांधी जी मैं बहुत देख लिया है, ये सुधर नहीं सकते हैं।
कितने बिल पेंडिंग है जो पास होने हैं और आज कितने बिल पास हो जाएंगे?
नहीं, आज तो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हम इनकम टैक्स बिल्स है, स्पोर्ट्स बिल्स है, और मणिपुर का जीएसटी और डिमांड्स फॉर ग्रांट्स बिल्स है, और शिपिंग मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल्स है, गोवा में शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स को रिजर्वेशन देने का बिल है। काफ़ी बिल इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स आज लगे हुए हैं। हम अब बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते हैं। देश का जो हम लोगों के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी दिया है, हम लोग जिम्मेदारी निभाएंगे।
सर, टीएमसी सांसद हैं सुष्मिता देव, वो ये कह रही हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते।
ये लोग संविधान को ही नहीं मानते हैं, संविधान को किताब पकड़ते हैं, संविधान को नहीं मानते हैं। एक पार्टी, एक फैमिली और एक व्यक्ति का मनमानी जो करता है वो संवैधानिक हो ही नहीं सकते। वो डेमोक्रेसी में वो लोग संविधान में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। हम लोग तो लोकतांत्रिक पार्टी वाले हैं। हमारे यहाँ तो नेता कर्म से नेता बनते हैं, वहाँ तो पैदाइश नेता होते हैं। वो लोकतंत्र को कहाँ विश्वास करेंगे? जो एक परिवार ही सब कुछ होता है वो लोकतांत्रिक हो ही नहीं सकता है। इसलिए मूलभूत उनके सोच में डेमोक्रेसी का बारे में कोई विश्वास ही नहीं है। ये लोग, एक आदमी पैदा से ही वो मालिक सोचते हैं अपने आप को, देश और पार्टी को पूरा ठोपता है वो। ऐसा कोई हो सकता है कि आप पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में आपका बोलचाल, आपका काम, आपका ओवरऑल जो आपका विश्वसनीय जो आप प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, तभी आप नेता बनना चाहिए। पैदा होते ही वो नेता समझते हैं अपने आप को और देश का मालिक समझते हैं। वो कहाँ डेमोक्रेसी और कहाँ संस्थाएं को वो वैल्यू करेंगे? हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे, वो आए न आए हमारे लोग बोलेंगे।
कुछ सांसद जो विपक्ष के हैं उन्होंने भी सहमति जताई थी कि स्पोर्ट्स बिल एक इम्पोर्टेंट बिल है, उस पर डिस्कशन होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल,
क्या आप उनसे दोबारा अप्रोच?
बिल्कुल, हमने कहा है कि इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स सार्थक चर्चा होना चाहिए, लंबा बहस होना चाहिए। 2-2 दिन आप सोचिए, स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस बिल और एंटी डोपिंग बिल के लिए 2 दिन लोकसभा में, 2 दिन राज्यसभा में हम लोग ने टाइम तय किया। फिर इनकम टैक्स अमेंडमेंट बिल और टैक्सेशन बिल को 2 दिन लोकसभा, 2 दिन राज्यसभा, इतना लंबा टाइम दिया है। टाइम तय कर चुके हैं बीएससी में, फिर भी आकर के हंगामा करते रहते हैं। हमारे लोग, एनडीए के लोग तो पूरा भरपूर हम लोग बोलेंगे, सारे एमपीस बोलेंगे, मंत्री जवाब देंगे। हम अपोजिशन वाला को रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, आप भी अपना बात रख सकते हैं, आप चर्चा में भाग लीजिए और चर्चा से भाग करके फिर बोलेंगे कि बोलने नहीं देते, ये मत कीजिए। थैंक यू।
पिछले हफ्ते इनको बोला था कि अगर ये पॉसिबल नहीं होगा तो हाउस जल्दी एडजर्न हो जाएगा, क्या हाउस जल्दी एडजर्न?
वो अभी हम नहीं बोलेंगे।
सर, आज कौन-कौन से बिल?
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the live press conference of Union Minister Kiran Rijiju hitting out at the opposition over their protest against the Election Commission.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए, ये हमारी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you, obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के को लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
तो उनको इस बात का एहसास होना चाहिए कि उनका आईटी सेक्टर जो है वो भारत के बदौलत चलता है। आप चाहे फेसबुक की बात करिए, यूट्यूब की बात करिए, मेटा की बात करिए, ये तमाम जो सर्विसेज ये कंपनीज प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं, इनका सारा का सारा जो प्रॉफिट है वो यूएस में जाता है। लेकिन बिलियन से ज्यादा यूजर्स आज के दिन इंडिया में है। चाइना में तो बैंड है सब कुछ। यू कांट यूज फेसबुक इन चाइना, नॉर यूट्यूब या कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं कर सकते यूज। तो सबसे बड़ा इनकी आईटी इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट अगर किसी ने दिया है, क्योंकि अमेरिका की तो पॉपुलेशन ही 150 मिलियन है, 180 मिलियन के आसपास होगी। We are 1.3 billion people who are using their services without any problems and also paying for those services. Netflix rates बढ़ाता है तो हम बढ़वाते हैं। जब YouTube प्रीमियम आता है तो हम परचेज करते हैं। हम वो हर तमाम सर्विसेज यूज करते हैं जो ये लोग देते हैं, और हमने कभी कंप्लेन नहीं करी इस बात की, क्योंकि ट्रेड इज गिव एंड टेक। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं डोनाल्ड ट्रंप जी अपने ही गुरूर के अंदर इतना बढ़ चुके हैं कि शायद उनको एहसास नहीं है कि अकेले आपसे ये ना दुनिया चलेगी, ना अकेले आपसे आपका खुद का देश चलेगा।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a huge face-off that is brewing between the Election Commission and the opposition. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties have come together. They're marching towards the Election Commission offices. There is a huge drama that is being witnessed in the national capital, and all of this over one claim of the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, where he says there has been vote theft in the Lok Sabha elections. We're getting that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Clashes in Fatehpur over a disputed mosque structure. Heavy police deployment on spot.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
And four-day Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on the Samajwadi Party. Supreme Court passes an order on stray dog menace, says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties march from Parliament to Election Commission headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body, horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida Daycare. Parents file complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil, addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half of the world if threatened. Starting this edition with the top focus story, and this one is from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the dispute over a tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sardarpur Wali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing. Ladies and gentlemen, there were reports of people of Hindu community climbing on the tomb and starting to vandalize it. People of the Muslim community have started pelting stones as well. This dispute, remember, goes back to the time when the Hindu community alleges that there was a temple, a Shiva temple, a Thakur Ji temple, where the mosque has been built, refuting to the claims of the Hindu side is the Muslim community saying that if anybody tries to touch the mosque, they will not bow down. That's the recent flashpoint between two communities there. Live visuals on your screen are from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where there has been heavy police deployment. Tension in Fatehpur. Is it a mosque? Is it a temple? The claims are yet to be substantiated. But what is being witnessed is how Fatehpur is on the verge of a communal clash right now. Akanksha is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Akanksha, before I come to you, let's also play that soundbite of the district magistrate who has given a statement on the recent clashes that has happened in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh. Let's first listen to that and then I come across to Akanksha.
यहाँ पर अभी अलग अलग समुदाय से काफ़ी संख्या में लोग आए थे, लेकिन करके उनसे सबसे बात की गई, उनको आश्वासन दिया गया कि किसी प्रकार से कानून व्यवस्था को प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित नहीं दिया जाए। सब लोग आश्वासन को सुनकर धीरे धीरे करके चले गए। अभी हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है सबसे पहले कि शांति व्यवस्था बनी रहे और लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस है प्रशासन के प्रति, इसलिए हम लोगों से बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं और सभी लोग यहाँ पर।
देखिए, अभी इस तरह का ऐसा कुछ नहीं आया है। कुछ लोग लाठी डंडा और ईंट पत्थर उठा रहे थे, लेकिन इस तरह के कोई हथियार की ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। ड्रोन के जरिए किस लोगों की पहचान की गई है? हाँ, हम लोग लगातार वीडियोग्राफी भी इसकी हुई है और ड्रोन से भी देखा गया है और जो भी लोग इस पर जिम्मेदार हैं उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की। फिलहाल अभी की क्या स्थिति है? अभी आप खुद देख रहे हैं कि अभी सभी लोग यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। सिर्फ फोर्स का पुलिस बल यहाँ पे उपलब्ध है और मजिस्ट्रेट है और बाकी लोग यहाँ पे शांति है। सर, मजार भी कुछ तोड़ी गई है क्या? नहीं, ऐसा कुछ अभी हम लोग उधर देखे नहीं और उधर अभी इन लोगों को समझाने में ही लगे रहे। क्या उपद्रव करने वालों पे कार्रवाई भी होगी? नहीं, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि इन सभी लोगों पे जो भी जिन्होंने कानून को हाथ में लिया उस पर कार्रवाई की जाए। सर, कुछ लोगों द्वारा मजार पर चढ़कर झंडा लगाया गया था। देखिए, ऐसा हमारे संज्ञान में आया है, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जो है कोई झंडा नहीं है, उसको हटवा दिया गया है और ये उनकी डिमांड भी थी मुस्लिम पक्ष की और उसके बाद वो लोग चले गए।
All right, Akanksha is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Akanksha, this is a dispute that's happened over a mosque. The Hindu side claims it's a temple. The Muslim side claims it's a mosque. Heavy police deployment is on spot. What is the situation currently in Fatehpur, where it was on the verge of communal clashes breaking out?
Well, you see, Tanisha, as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, it's currently peaceful because we've been showing our viewers the visuals of the barricades that have been now put up. But definitely the temple versus tomb controversy has erupted in Fatehpur. And this is not too far from the capital city of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh is what we are learning. What happened today is that the members of the Hindu organization, they tried to barge into this disputed structure. And this old structure is in the center of the controversy that we are showing the visuals on the screen. In fact, the Hindu side is saying that it is a temple. It's a Shiva temple. There's a shivling inside this particular structure, and they wanted to go and worship that particular shivling is the claim that has come in from the Hindu side. On the other side, the Muslim side says that it is not a disputed structure, and the district administration should not allow any destruction of this structure as well. And they have said that they have land records to show that it is in fact a mosque. But now we're saying, in fact, earlier today we saw there were tensions in that specific area. In fact, what we're learning is that the situation is currently peaceful, and the district administration, the police there is trying to crack down and focus on the people who try to barge into this old structure. So the investigation has started. There are several people, Tanisha, who've been detained, but no arrests have been made as far as this case is concerned so far.
Right, Akanksha, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing those insights, details on the story. For now, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. And ladies and gentlemen, this one is from the national capital, where after continued menace of the stray dogs in Delhi NCR region, it is now the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, that has taken a very, very strong comment, that has passed a very strong comment on the stray dog menace in the national capital region. And this covers from Delhi to NCR to even localities from Gurugram. Now, going into detail on what the Supreme Court has said, the Supreme Court, remember, has passed a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, the MCD and the NDMC to deal with menace of stray dogs and orders creation of dog shelters across cities. The Supreme Court has in fact also ordered authorities to pick up all stray dogs in Delhi NCR from all the localities within 8 weeks and to put them in dog shelters, and no stray dog will be released back. That's the stern action that the Supreme Court has taken. This is by far the biggest remark of the Supreme Court as far as the stray menace is Delhi NCR is concerned. Remember, just today we got you visuals as well of how there was a street dog attack on a toddler in the state of Bengaluru. However, this order that has been released from the Supreme Court has only been for Delhi NCR region. The Supreme Court says, and I quote, "Will these animal lovers bring back those children who have given their lives?" The Supreme Court has also made another very strong observation where they've said that stray dogs should be moved to shelter within 8 weeks. The Supreme Court has also directed the authorities that they should start picking up 5,000 dogs in next 6 weeks and that infants should not fall prey of rabies. In fact, in other big observation by the Supreme Court has also said, and I quote, "Take stern actions even if a single stray dog is released. Create helpline within 1 week of all dog bites and rabies case." And on that note, I'm also being joined by Priyanka Ganguly. She is an animal welfare worker. Priyanka, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Today, what we have observed is the biggest remark made by the Supreme Court as far as the stray dog menace is concerned. They have given a deadline to NDMC saying that the dogs should be picked up within 6 to 8 weeks. Your first comments on the observation by the Supreme Court today?
Ma'am, I don't think this drastic move given by Supreme Court has been adhered based on the circumstances which we are facing today, because asking every community dog to be picked up within 8 weeks, first of all, do we have those ample amount of shelters in place? Do we have shelters at all? What are the condition of those shelters? Because, ma'am, we have to understand, first and foremost, these are all community dogs. These are animals which have lived out of a particular area. They have been living there. So as expecting in 8 weeks, all the community dogs are picked up and put behind a shelter without a consistent plan in place, in action in place, I don't think this is the right decision. From Supreme Court, this decision coming is very astonishing, very shocking as an animal lover, as an animal worker, not a lover, I would say, as an animal worker, because what has the MCD, what has the society, what has the animal welfare, has there been enough measures taken when it comes to vaccination?
Right. Then, Priyanka, on that note, I would want to ask you, what are the measures that you think as an animal welfare activist should be taken to control this menace? Because
first of all, I'm not an activist. I have 2 pets at home, so I'm an animal lover. I don't believe in this right word of activist. I definitely don't. I condemn these bite cases. I'm condemning these things which is gone beyond our hands. A child being attacked, residents being attacked. But believe me, ma'am, there has to be a plan in place, and the only way to control. We have taken examples of a particular city in Kerala. We have taken example of cities in Mizoram where they have been able to control the dog population increase by ensuring a sterilization and a vaccination drive which was done without any kind of negligence in place. So until unless we come to a sterilization drive, ma'am, and I don't if we come to take action, we cannot take action. They're not in such large numbers. Today, you can rope in as many NGOs who are working with animal welfare, as many NGOs you want, you can rope them in and go on a mass level sterilization drive. Because if they do not increase in number, they will anyways, their life is only 7 to 10 years. So if they are vaccinated, they are sterilized, they don't grow in number, and they are taken care of, they will actually naturally die their natural death in next 8 to 10
Absolutely, ma'am. Point noted, Priyanka. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion on that. Appreciate you joining here. And with that, we move across to some other stories. This one again is from the national capital, specifically from Noida. Now, there are shocking visuals from a Noida daycare that have sparked massive outrage. A horrendous video where a 15-month-old baby was brutally assaulted by a caretaker. The monster nanny has been caught on camera. She was slapped, the 15-month-old was slapped, she was bitten and she was thrown on the ground. The horror unfolded inside what was meant to be a safe space for kids. The accused has been arrested, but the serious question remains about the safety of children in such centers.
Abuse caught on camera. A toddler slapped, dropped, bitten and beaten by the very woman entrusted with her care. The CCTV footage is chilling, the pain visible on the baby's face. Bite marks, bruises and trauma. The child is just 15 months old. But it doesn't end there. The caregiver, frustrated with the baby's cries, throws her to the floor again. The horror unfolded inside a daycare located in a residential complex in Noida, Sector 137. A place meant to nurture is now a site of unimaginable cruelty. The incident came to light when the child's mother found bite marks on both the thighs and rushed her to the doctor. What she thought was a skin infection turned out to be human bites, confirmed by the medical examiner. Acting on the complaint, Noida police arrested the 16-year-old nanny, who is a resident of Shadara in Sector 142. The daycare head is also under investigation, and police are verifying if the center was even licensed to operate. The CCTV reveals not just the abuse, but a complete betrayal of trust. The cries were unheard, her wounds now a symbol of system that failed her. Police say investigations are underway, but the big question is the silence of these daycare walls. Who's protecting them, and the ones who cannot speak for themselves?
We have some big breaking news that's coming in. Government sources have now responded to Pakistan Army Chief Asim Muni's rant on the United States soil, where the government sources have said that there is real danger of nuclear weapons falling in the hands of non-state actors in Pakistan, is what government sources on Pakistan Army Chief's comments have said. Pakistan Army Chief's statement is a part of pattern. Whenever the United States supports Pakistan military, they always show their true colors, is what again the government sources have said. The government sources have also said on Asim Muni's comment that it is a symptom that democracy does not exist in Pakistan, that it is their military which controls. Big breaking news, government sources going all out against Pakistan, saying and responding to the nuclear threat that Asim Muni, the Pakistan Army Chief, yesterday had issued while on the United States soil. In fact, there are more details of the government sources, what they have said. They've said that nuclear rattling is not new and that Pakistan indulged in it during Operation Sindoor as well. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, all right, he's live from the newsroom on that note. Abhishek, a very strong worded statement from government sources on Asim Muni's rant that he had to do on the United States soil.
Yes, this is not as yet an official reaction. It was just that we were trying to elicit a response, and we spoke to some contacts, and they said, the senior level contacts, and they said that, see, we are watching. And it is for the Americans to see what's happening from their soil. It is for them to take note and respond and hold Pakistan to account. There is almost a pattern that whenever we look at through history, whenever the Pakistanis get this kind of American backing and indulgence, they carry out this kind of nuclear saber rattling. They indulge in irresponsible conduct. And the fact that it is Pakistan Army Chief for talking about this, it is clear evidence and for the rest of the world to see that it is the Pakistan military which has its finger on the nuclear button in Pakistan and not the civilian leadership, which is essentially the principle of a control of a nuclear arsenal. So I think in this sense, it's been a giveaway on the part of Asim Munir with his very irresponsible rant that he has indulged in against India from American soil while addressing the Pakistani diaspora. And we are awaiting an American response to this, because it is only after the kind of pampering, so to say, we are seeing from the Trump administration of not just Pakistan generally, but Field Marshal Asim Munir specifically, that we have seen him emboldened. There is a concern in the Indian establishment that, like we saw his rant last time in the month of April, turning or translating into the Pahalgam terror attack, whether this also is going to be a dog whistle for the terrorists that Pakistan cultivates to carry out another attack in India, anywhere, or possibly in Jammu and Kashmir. So we are closely watching. The security establishment is in a state of alert. And of course, as I said, on the side of our diplomacy, we are hoping that the Americans take note of the kind of absolutely irresponsible comments made by the Pakistani general.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Also, the audacity of Pakistan's army chiefs to say all of this against India, against the world, threatening the world of a nuclear threat. All of this is being done on the United States soil. Do you think there is a pat on the back by Donald Trump on Asim Munir's shoulder, because of which Asim Munir had the audacity to say all of this on the world stage, that too from the United States soil?
You are absolutely right, and that's exactly the reading insofar as New Delhi is concerned, that this is not the first time. We are seeing there is a sense of deja vu, and which is that every time the Americans really indulge with the Pakistani general, from the time of Ayub Khan to Yahya Khan to General Pervez Musharraf, and now in the case of Asim Munir, they just get emboldened and carry out their anti-India agenda right there in full public view. And so for Asim Munir to be talking about launching missiles to destroy Indian dams within Indian territory, for Asim Munir to be talking about destroying half the world in case there is a war next time with India, I think there is an element of American backing. Remember, this is the second time in less than 2 months that Munir is on American soil. He's participated in the farewell of General Kurilla, who had called Pakistan a fantastic partner, and also he has been there at the time of handing over ceremony of the Central Command Chief. So I think this is clearly a case of American indulgence, and that really does no favors to the larger India-United States partnership, and hopefully somebody in the White House would take note of this.
Absolutely. Also, Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us on the broadcast. Major General, very good afternoon to you. A very strong worded statement coming in from the government of India's sources on Asim Munir's rant that he had to speak out on the United States soil. Clearly a free hand being given by Donald Trump to Asim Munir.
This is insane. It's gone to his head. 2 visits to, United States, and he's on cloud 9. He's lost his moorings. He threatened to nuke India and take half the world with him. Does that half the world include the United States? Number one. Number two, he's threatened to fire 10 missiles at any dam that India builds. May I remind Mullah Munir that, in Operation Sindoor, he had fired 1,000 drones, over 1,100 to 1,200 drones at India. Over 90% were shot down by our integrated air defense. They had fired 3 missiles, 1 Shaheen, 2 Fateh, tactical ballistic missiles towards Delhi and Amritsar, respectively. All 3, that is 100%, were shot down. In the third nuclear age, Field Marshal Munir, I hope you realize that the efficacy and lethality of modern defenses can prevent a country with a small nuclear arsenal like Pakistan from doing any damage whatsoever.
Absolutely,
His
sir.
stupid arsenal of 170 bombs. Most of it are sub-kiloton.
Absolutely,
has already been neutered. We not only have defensive means, our S-400s, our Barak 8s, we also have offensive means. And we have shown a bit of that to Pakistan. At Noor Khan, their nuclear command and control post was hit. All their computer servers were fried up. Their SATCOMs were gone. We had taken out their communications. Without communications, what will you fire, sir? This man needs to be psychologically examined. He's too dangerous to be holding that post.
Absolutely,
He's
sir.
too dangerous to be holding that post.
Yes, absolutely.
This man has gone absolutely nuts. He's gone bonkers.
Absolutely, Major General. Yes. G.D. Bakshi, thank you very much for sharing your insight. I'm also being joined by Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat. Thank you very much, Ambassador Vora, for joining and speaking to us. And like we're just having a conversation with Major General G.D. Bakshi, Asim Munir has done nothing but to just embarrass Pakistan and himself on the global stage, and that too from the soil of the United States. In a sentence, he also goes on to compliment India and say that India is like Mercedes and then Pakistan is like that of a dump trash truck. And he's just gone ahead to expose the vast difference between India and Pakistan. It is, and this is none other than Pakistan's own Army Chief, Asim Munir.
Okay, ma'am, let me thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Whenever I'm on Republic, it's like I've come home. Thank you. I just heard what she said was brilliant. Now, let me put it to you like this. Had I been in the room in Florida, Tampa, Florida, where I've been many times, where this joker was speaking, when he said that if we are going down, we'll take half the world with us. Do you recall that, ma'am? We'll take half the world with us. Had I been in the room, I would have asked him, you buffoon, which half? If you're looking west of Pakistan, you're going to take down Europe, Arabia, and the United States. If you're looking east of Pakistan, you're going to take down, apart from India, you will take down Russia, China, Japan, South Korea. Are you an idiot? Of course the man is an idiot. He's autistic. He's demented. I would have asked him this question, which half of the world will you take down with you? Second thing, ma'am, he has no idea of hydrology or hydrographics. When you build a dam on the river flows downstream. So you build it somewhere and the water begins to gather upstream. Now, Pakistan is downstream of Bharat on the Sindhu. If we build a dam there and he blasts it, which he's an idiot, he can never do it, then the water will flood Pakistan. Somebody ought to take this guy to a psychiatrist and get him treated and say, just shut up and don't open your mouth. Plus, he has embarrassed his host. It's never done that you threaten a third country in the territory of your host. That is not permitted. But who will say so? And then who is he to take the decision? Just look, he's made it very clear that there is some badmash who calls himself Sharif sitting in Islamabad who says he's the Prime Minister. This fellow says, I don't care. I take the decision. Who is this chap? He doesn't even call him for the retirement. There's some general gorilla or something is that fellow's name. And he's gone there and he's saying all kinds of things. And then you might recall, ma'am, in May, he got blasted by the Americans. And I'll tell you why. The same gorilla said, you are talking about building ballistic missiles with a range of 6,000 kilometers. Who's your enemy? You say Bharat is your only enemy. You don't need a ballistic missile with a range of 6,000 kilometers to hit Bharat. All you need is 3, 4, 5, 600 kilometers. The man is an ass. I do hope, and ma'am, I do hope that this doesn't happen for his sake, but I'm old enough, 52 years in diplomacy, to know that inconvenient people. There used to be a character called Ziaul Haq in Pakistan who grew too big for his boots. We know what happened to his aircraft. I rest my case.
Absolutely. Ambassador Vora, also the fact that how Donald Trump has now been completely exposed. On one hand, while he calls India and Prime Minister Modi his friend, on the other hand, he goes on to impose a tariff on us and gives a free stage to Pakistan. And in just a month, this is the second time when Asim Munir has met Donald Trump, has been in the United States and just spewed. And the last time when he did this, it resulted in Pahalgam attack when he talked about jugular vein. Today, when he's doing it, do you think it is another provocation that he's throwing out on India?
No, not at all. He's scared to death because we have said that Operation Sindoor has only been paused. It has not been ended. And any other terror attack on India will be considered an act of war. He knows he can't deal with us. In one of his speeches to the Pakistani diaspora, he was saying Bharat has so many more weapons and tanks and planes, but yet they can't do anything because inshallah, we will fight them, and inshallah, our weapons will come from Allah. He'll bring them down to us. The man is a clown. Did I hear you saying that he has met Donald Trump this time on this visit? I was not aware. I thought he had gone to the White House where he was given some leftover food and given a dressing down, while the Home Minister was made to wait outside like a chowkidar, Pakistan's Home Minister. I don't know if he has met the President again the second time. If he has, well, Donald Trump is again playing the buffoon to the clown that this fellow. They get along very well together. I don't think they have the courage to do anything to us, because if they try and mess with us, diplomatically they're isolated, monetarily they are shattered, and if they try, our military has already proved it to them. If they try once more, man, I'm afraid that Pakistan will be pushed back several dozen years. Not that they care. When we tell them that, don't you want friendship with us? We can help you in several sectors of your economy. No, Allah will help us. Well, then good. Depend on Allah. We have no problem.
Absolutely, and it shows how rattled he is by the statement that is coming from the Indian Air Force Chief, and then by the Army Chief, the Prime Minister, and a Defence Minister also spoke about this, giving numbers that 6 fighter jets, in fact, they were destroyed. They have no answer. Pakistan has no answer whatsoever. They're just rattled, and this is, in fact, the nuclear threat that he has given this time. Another provocation, would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. They won't dare do it. Take my word for it, ma'am. I'm old enough to understand these games that these jokers play. Had it been some political leader in that country, perhaps one would have said, "Ki bhai dekho kya baat kar raha hai." But ek army chief aur wo bhi fool marshal apne aap ko self promote kar liya, wo dum nahi hai, ma'am. I'll tell you what is going to happen. Iran is already pissed off with Pakistan. That's why the Iranian president is there. Afghanistan is on the war. Kuch kiya Bharat ke saath, ye sab taraf se thukega, man. Or clearly, any matter that Pakistan is going to break up, no country ever, its territory never disappears unless the question of Sudan, South Sudan, where something, or Ethiopia, Eritrea, where this disease. But I see that Balochistan, I see Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and I see Hindustan emerging in the near future as independent or semi-independent entities. Let me tell you one more thing, man. And this is the first time I'm sharing this on any television because I trust you and the channel. We used to say that 80% of the Sindhu water has been flowing into Pakistan, 20% was with us. Then we suspended the treaty and we started somewhere. Lots of people have been saying, "Kitna time lagaoge," etc. Man, take it from me. I've spoken to all the knowledgeable people. I'm sure advisor in Leh. I'm going there in a few days. Of the 80% that Sindhu total water, Sindhu and its tributaries, Pakistan's share now is down to 60%, 60, which means we are getting active, or somebody is getting active. And they have contracted to import 2 million tons of wheat. I don't know who give them the money, because their crop is supposed to suffer bad. And the season is now. So they're going to have major issues. But of course, Allah will feed them. Good luck to you.
Absolutely, and not just this, he's also given threat on the Indus Water Treaty. Remember how Prime Minister said that blood and water cannot flow together. And now Asim Munir has said that let India build dams and we will destroy it using 10 missiles. Big threat that has been given by him. Their country approached the United States nation. They did not get any support globally. And now
let me tell you something. You know, the river flows downstream from top to high. So Pakistan is the lower riparian, where the upper. When a dam is built, the water gathers on our side, not on the lower side, on the upper side. If you blast the dam, the water will quickly flow to your side and flood your country. The man is a fool. I hope I'm sure he hasn't asked a hydrologist or an engineer that what happens if I blast a dam. During the Second World War, they were trying to blast dams in Germany. There was a very famous, I forget the name of the thing. They said if we can blast this dam, then we are going to be very happy because it's going to flood this place and that place. Now, this has been used, but this guy doesn't understand. You blow up a dam and your own country suffers. If this is not masochism, if this is not auto-destruct, this guy should be on suicide. Maybe the Americans will put him in a lunatic asylum in their country and look after him. I don't really know. But I mean, I've stopped caring. The man is a buffoon. He's incapable of rational act.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, stay on with us. I'm also joined by retired Major General Sanjay Meston. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, this big statement that has come in from Asim Munir, he has given nuclear threat. India has retorted back, saying that this is a very irresponsible statement. But this is not just about Pakistan, because this statement has been made from the United States soil. And they are as much responsible for this as Pakistan is, given how the relationship with Trump has been over the past few weeks. Your first reaction to this?
My first reaction is, firstly, as India, we should not even be worried about his such callous and stupid statements. The fact of the matter is he's making these statements only on one pretext, that is because of the President Trump support. And I'm quite surprised why President Trump called him for that so-called lunch. And now the central CENTCOM, the chief was retiring, and therefore he was called for the farewell party. Now, this is what is happening, that he is pleasing the Americans, and Munir and Pakistan does not realize that the Americans cannot be trusted. They are not any trusted friends of anyone. In Afghanistan, they were fighting together with the NATO and all allied 52 nations. Today, the same Americans, President Trump says, I'll put so much tariffs on Canada. Yeah, you know what all has happened. So he can ditch allies. So Pakistan is definitely no ally of any kind. They are just being used. And this is actually, a pressure tactics on India, basically, by President Trump. He wants to use Munir by making these statements so that, the government of India will bow down. That's never going to happen. India is the most responsible and the most honorable nation. And we will not, bow down to President Trump's wishes and desires. And he's using just this Munir as a trump card against India. That is what his policy is. And Munir should realize, as the ambassador was also explaining, I've served extensively in J&K and Punjab areas. Any water which is, even if he tries to blow up, it's just going to devastate Pakistan. Devastate, I'm using the word. It will be totally flooded. So this is the whole issue. He does not realize. He's just making callous statements to earn cheap popularity amongst his people and some of his so-called, followers. So this is an irresponsible, callous statement, and India, I think, should not even react. And they know what the Indian capabilities are. This time we have conveyed what we did in this Kirana Hill. We have got the capabilities to even sort out his nuclear. So let him not call this nuclear.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, this is why India has retorted back, saying that these are very irresponsible statements that has been given by the Army Chief of Pakistan. In fact, I request both of our guests to stay on with us. We have another breaking update that we are getting. Amid the India-Pakistan Asia Cup row, the Asim Munir threats from the United States soil, there's a fresh outrage over India versus Pakistan women's team World Cup clash in Sri Lanka. What we're learning so far is that the schedule is out for India versus Pakistan match, and according to the dates, October 6th is when Indian women team will take on Pakistan women's team. And as usual, BCCI continues to maintain a haunting silence on this as well. First, let's listen into what Asim Munir's nuclear threat was. All right, so as we know that on September 14th, there's going to be a match between India and Pakistan as far as Asia Cup is concerned. Now, what we're learning is that there's going to be another match which is between India and Pakistan. Women's team World Cup clash in Sri Lanka, which will take place, in fact, on October 6th. That is when Indian women team will take on the Pakistani team. So, firstly on September 14th, and then on October 6th. But the point remains is that BCCI is completely silent on this. There was a massive outrage, remember, when the dates for India and Pakistan Asia Cup match were announced. And people of the country, in fact, were asking questions and questioning the silence of the BCCI and the government as well. Now, let me go across once back again to Major General Sanjay Meston. How do you see this? Because there's a lot of uproar now over the statement that is coming from Asim Munir as well. Now, this match that is going to take place between India and Pakistan women team on October 6th. But before we go back to our panelists there, this is a big breaking news that we are getting in. As far as the official response of India is concerned, as far as that big statement by Asim Munir is concerned, and our attention has been drawn to remarks made by Pakistani Chief of Army while on a visit to the United States. And this is what the official spokesperson has said. Nuclear saber rattling is Pakistan's stock in trade. The international community can draw its own conclusion on the irresponsibility inherent in such remarks, which also reinforces the well-held doubts about the integrity of the nuclear command and control in the state where the military is hand in glove with the terrorist group. So this is a big statement that has been given by India after the nuclear threat was made by Asim Munir. It goes on to state, and I quote, "It is regrettable that these remarks should have been made from the soil of a friendly third country." And by this, they are alluding to the United States. India has made it clear that it will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. We will continue to take all the necessary safeguard our national security, is the statement that is once again, in fact, come in from India as far as the Asim Munir comment is concerned, that we will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. Let me once again go back to Major General Sanjay Mason. Thank you so much for your perspective on this. Now, official statement that has come in from India is that we will not give in to this nuclear blackmail after the statement that has come in from Army Chief Asim Munir, not just related to the nuclear threat, but also saying that let India build dam, we will destroy those dams with 10 missiles.
Yeah, as I mentioned, India is, India is very, very clear. We are going to sort them out. Let them try anything. I think the next attack, if Pakistan tries, he's forgotten the might of the Indian armed forces. Our Indian Navy was not used at all. So this time, if he tries any kind of an act, any terrorist act, the whole problem is, his tenure gets over on 29th November. And till date, his extension has not been announced. So I think he's doing more of this, to put pressure on his government over there, so that he gets the extension immediately, and then he will try a coup, basically to become a president and dislodge Zardari. So this is his game plan. He's basically getting pumped up in the American soil, and I think India has made a correct statement. From a friendly country is making such a noise, and that too he threatened that he'll wipe off half of the world. I think the international community should take up this issue very, very serious. This kind of clownish, unprofessional statements by an army chief is uncalled for, unprofessional, and I think this should be raised up at the highest levels of the United Nations Security Council. That means he's just trying to show that, nuclear bogey can be played, and therefore he can resort to terrorism. And that is what he has been doing. So this time India has hit hard, very, very hard. We have hit Pakistan, Punjab like hell. We have hit targets up to 300 kilometers in depth. So I told you, Navy was not utilized. So he does not know what is the devastating potential of the Indian armed forces and the entire might of the Indian nation, the whole of nation approach. So Pakistan is just making noise under this gentleman. He can't control his own armed forces. There is rebellion against in his own armed forces. The morale is very low. So he's just making this statement just to remain in the, prime importance that yes, people should know there is something known as Munir. I think we should not even care to hoot for it. As regards the cricket match is concerned, if the Prime Minister of India is very clear, terror and talks will not go together. At least the pulse of the nation is also very clear. We should not engage in any play, whether it is any kind of a match with Pakistan.
Absolutely. Let me once again bring in a former diplomat, Deepak Vora. Thank you so much, sir, for staying on with us. Now, in the official statement, India has said that Pakistani army is hand in glove with the terrorist group. Now, the whole world knows about this. And in fact, Pakistan in many years has not been able to counter this. Once again, India has said that they are hand in glove with the terrorists. Your first reaction to this official statement by the Indian government?
Ma'am, it's very clear that the Pakistani army chief, this Munir fellow is not the army chief. He's only a low-level havildar. The chief is that Manus Nazar, not Manus Nazar. What is his name? Masood Asar. He controls the Pakistani army. He orders them around. Because this guy only sits at the door and does Allah, Allah, Allah all the time. My own feeling is the Indian government saying about saber rattling, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very clear this doesn't impress us. Because if you have 2.5 nuclear weapons and you try using them, then you know what we are capable of. Our doctrine has now been revised after the attack in Pahalgam. Earlier we used to talk about no first use. Now it's pretty clear. There is an ambiguity, but my own feeling, and after speaking to several outstanding sons of India, soldiers like General Sanjay Meston, who was with us a moment ago, now the feeling is they launch, we launch. It'll take him several minutes before one of his things can hit my capital. It'll take me less than 8 minutes to obliterate his major cities. I don't think Munir understands all this. The fellow he's gone completely. I don't even think we should be wasting time discussing this. He went to a black tie dinner. I don't know if he was wearing his full marshal's uniform or what he was doing. But it's just crazy and it's just unbelievable. And of course, nobody, not even his friend. I think even the Turks would have told him, "Ye kya bakwas kar rahe the?" And of course, Azerbaijan doesn't matter. So I have a feeling that he's damaged his country. Whatever little money might have come in by way of investment, he's damaged that much more than he can realize. You know, ma'am, the spoken word, and I'm trained in diplomacy, is like a fired bullet. It doesn't come back. He can deny it, he can say, I've been misquoted, etc. But there were lots of people present at the dinner. I have spoken to some of the people who were given first-hand information. Yes, he said all this. Now he's going to be in trouble. I don't even know if he's going to go back to his country. There might be demonstrations on the streets over there. I hope this guy is relegated to where he belongs. He belongs to a lunatic asylum.
Absolutely, but do you think this is a newly found friendship between United States and Pakistan? Because this is the second time that Asim Munir has gone to United States in the last 2 months, second visit there. And the last time he went, he had nominated US President Donald Trump for the Peace Prize. And this time he has made this inflammatory speech from United States. So it's not just about Pakistan, it's also about the place from which, where he had made this statement. And that is United States. Definitely India has said that why did he make this statement from the third friendly third country? But the point remains is how and why did he do it specifically from the United States is the question many are asking.
Many Americans would have asked him the same question. Why did you do it from my territory? It's not done. In diplomacy, we don't do this. We don't go to the territory of country A and threaten country B from that territory. No. I hope somebody in the State Department tells Donald Trump that this man is an ass. He has embarrassed you. I'm sure the American ambassador will be coming in to meet whoever is his controlling person in New Delhi. Or we would go to Washington and talk to them and say, what's going on? And they would have a tough time. They'd probably turn around as they've done in the past when I was posted there. Bhai, hum kya kare? Ye to pagal aadmi hai. Now that's going to be their excuse. If he's a pagal aadmi, why does General Gurilla or whatever that fellow's name is, why does he invite him? I think it's going to embarrass Washington also. Many people are watching. And I do know that at this point of time, ma'am, I don't know if you've seen the news, but Canada, which had 25% tariffs, has now hit back on America's lifeline, Alaska's lifeline, the road that goes from mainland America to Alaska, passes through Canada. The Canadians have imposed additional toll of 25%. It's going to hurt the Americans a lot. You know, President Donald Trump, wake up. This isn't an era, bygone era. This is 2025. We don't talk of unipolar, bipolar, whatever. This is a non-polar world. Countries need dignity and respect. And the way you are behaving, sir, I love America. I've served there. It used to be the dream for all of us to go there. Not anymore. You are damaging your own country's reputation, particularly by letting clowns like me land on you. Throw him out, sir.
Absolutely. Coming to you now, Major General Sanjay Meston. Now, the last time Asim Munir made such statement, there was Pahalgam terror attack. So many people lost their life. And once again, he has given such an inflammatory speech, and that too from the United States this time around. Do you think this is a sort of provocation of some sort this time as well?
Yeah, definitely it is a provocation. See, his 16th April speech, we all know what he stated. And this is exactly this time he has stated from a foreign soil. And this time he's used the nuclear threat, wiping off the, half of the world. So this person, why is he making these statements firstly from American soil here? Because of the patronage by President Trump. And why President Trump is giving him this kind of, patronage, it is just because he wants to put pressure on the Indian Prime Minister. That is the whole thing. Because President Trump's he wants buttering, which the Indian government has never done till date. And this is what is actually hurting him, unlike some nations. See, nations have got three approaches. One is retaliate, one is talks, which we were doing. And the third is, of course, remain neutral and whatever he says, keep taking it. India was doing the second approach, the talks. And suddenly he took a twist. These two things. One is he announced this 25% additional penalty since we are importing oil from Russia. And of course, the most important thing is because he had called Munir. And now again, if he's been invited by the CENTCOM chief farewell, obviously it has the clearance of the White House. There is no doubt on that. So President Trump is trying to pressurize India, and he is wanting, that we also should start recommending him for the Nobel Peace Prize and, just do mollycoddling of this fellow. India is not going to fall in this trap, and as I mentioned earlier, Pakistan is being used by America. America is not a trusted friend for anyone. That the entire world has realized. And therefore, yes, your remark, his statements, yes, we have to take them with caution, because this man, he is a restless fellow. He is a jihadi. So I would not be surprised he plans another terrorist attack, but he knows the consequences. And this time he's thinking India will be constrained and restrained.
Absolutely.
Because of the American pressure, no, it will not happen. India will not be restrained and constrained. Forget the escalatory ladder. Now we will go full, I would say we would go full throttle. The Navy's might will also be leased upon in Karachi and everything, and including Gwadar, what the Chinese are boasting. So I think India is now very, very clear. Right. Till what time and till when can we keep accepting this nonsense from Pakistan? Pakistan should cease to exist. Either Munir ceases to exist or Pakistan ceases to exist.
Absolutely, and that is why India has retorted, saying that we will not give in to your nuclear blackmail. A big message that has been sent to our Munir. Thanks so much to Ambassador Deepak Vora and Major General Sanjay Meston for giving your perspective. Now we're shifting our focus. KIIT achieved its biggest win at the 2025 World University Games by winning historic 6 medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze, making the highest medaling university in the event's history and contributing significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally of 12 medals. Watch this.
Students honoring their champions on campus as the KIT University scripts history at the World University Games in Germany. Known as the Olympics for university athletes aged 17 to 25, which saw participation from over 300 Indian student athletes selected through trials that drew entries from more than 400 universities nationwide. Not only did KIT contribute significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally, but it also set a new benchmark for university sports in the country. With 6 medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze, KIT emerged as the highest medaling university from India, accounting for half of the nation's total of 12 medals.
KIT University Bhubaneswar 40 बच्चे पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, जो कि ओनली यूनिवर्सिटी विद हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन इन वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स। उससे ज़्यादा खुशी का बात है, इंडिया को जो 12 मेडल मिला है वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में, उसमें से 50% मेडल 6 मेडल KIT यूनिवर्सिटी का छात्र छात्री को मिला है, 6 मेडल मिला है।
40 out of 42 athletes from Odisha in the Indian contingent were from KIT, highlighting the institution's role as the national sports powerhouse. KIT also had the highest representation by a single Indian university in any edition of the Games, held from July 16th to 27th across different cities of Germany. KIT has now become the first Indian university in 65 years to win the highest number of medals in a single edition of the World University Games. No small feat for an institution that has quietly built its sporting infrastructure over the years.
short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the massive order by the Supreme Court on the stray dog menace. Says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. And also on the other side, 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to Election Commission headquarters in the national capital over the Bihar survey and the vote theft charge. Many of them have been detained. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्गन मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आर्गन मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you: obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Supreme Court has made its strongest remarks on the stray dog menace. It has issued an 8-week ultimatum to the authorities in Delhi NCR region to cleanse this particular region of stray dog menace. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. India issues strong response to Munir's nuke threats. MEA says Pak's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Dispute over a tomb in Fatehpur. Two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished and tomb was built. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. K.N. Rajanna, Siddaramaya's close aide and top Karnataka minister, has quit after questioning Rahul. The High Command has expressed its outrage. It was furious over Rajanna's comment on blaming Congress party for voter revision, and motor-mouthed K.N. Rajanna had made absurd comments on voter revision even while entire Congress was out there to prove the 2024 Lok Sabha elections were invalid. Rajanna is the close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaya, and this is the vote chori fallout in Karnataka after K.N. Rajanna admitted that the Congress was also involved in irregularities. It had sparked major backlash. The High Command has come down heavily on K.N. Rajanna, which has forced the top Karnataka minister to call it quits. He has quit as a minister after facing backlash from the High Command. This is a big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. K.N. Rajanna, a top Karnataka minister, top aide of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, has quit as a minister. And this after facing backlash over his admission that Congress was also involved in irregularities. It's a dramatic shift. Rajanna acknowledged that voter list irregularities during the Congress regime in Karnataka, and he admitted to this, pointing out that the party leaders sat quietly with their eyes closed instead of flagging concerns at the draft stage. And after these remarks went public, K.N. Rajanna was pulled up by the Congress High Command, and this is what we are understanding from our highly placed sources. He has quit as the Karnataka minister for questioning Rahul Gandhi and the silence of the Congress party, his own party. Now we have Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar's response. Let's listen in.
Minister K.N. Rajanna is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command.
And your party leader has also written a letter to Randeep Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him,
my party, say Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it. Minister K.N. Rajanna is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command.
And your party leader has also written a letter to Randeep Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him,
my party, say Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it.
Well, at the tone at which D.K. Shivkumar was seen responding, it clearly shows how outraged the entire Congress party is. And D.K. Shivkumar there clearly stating that K.N. Rajanna's statements are false because K.N. Rajanna had highlighted specific anomalies, like one individual being registered at 3 different addresses and cases where 60 names were added in localities with only 10 to 15 residents lacking essential details such as proper addresses or even their parental names. And after the statement, the High Command has cracked its whip. It has forced K.N. Rajanna to quit as a minister. He is a very, very close aide of the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and D.K. Shivkumar there coming out and responding to this development, saying that K.N. Rajanna has embarrassed the party by making false statements, and that's why he was forced to quit. This is the big breaking news that we're tracking from Karnataka. Karnataka Congress was left embarrassed, was left red-faced after K.N. Rajanna admitted to voter list irregularities by the Congress party. He said there were several anomalies that were reported during the draft stage itself, and the Congress did nothing but sit silent. We have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, this is a major embarrassment for the Karnataka Congress unit because K.N. Rajanna, top minister, top aide of Siddaramaiah, has stepped down, has quit as a minister after he was pulled up by the Congress High Command. Tell us more, Abhishek.
Well, Deepak, the preliminary report or the information says that Minister K.N. Rajanna, who just K.N. Rajanna, who was, it is informed that K.N. Rajanna resigned from his position as the minister after the Congress High Command had a conversation with the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah.
Abhishek, kindly hold your thoughts. Abhishek, we have our first response also coming in from BJP. We have Bharat Shetty, a BJP MLA, joining us live on the phone line. Bharat Shetty, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining us on Republic TV. How do you look at this situation? The Karnataka Congress unit is completely embarrassed because its own minister has been forced to quit after he raised several anomalies when the Congress party sat quiet during the voter draft stage.
Yeah, the scene is like if somebody or anybody speaks the truth, they are thrown out of the Congress party. And Mr. Rajanna has come out with the truth, and he has asked about the few doubts he has. And the High Command immediately talks to the CM and asks him to take a resignation from this minister. This is a state of affairs in Karnataka. No one can speak their mind out. No one can speak the truth. If somebody speaks the truth, may it be a minister, MLA, or anybody from the Congress party, they are asked to resign. He has pointed out many anomalies in the questions which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been raising. So we have come to know, everyone comes to know that now Rahul Gandhi has been shooting from his hip, and he's been lying about all this accusation he has been making about the voter list problem he has raised in the parliament, what's happening in Karnataka. So we met Rajan also. Rajan is in the assembly. We are in the assembly. We are just, the assembly, the afternoon session of the assembly has not started. Rajan is sitting inside. He has been asked to resign. Last time there was this attempt on, honey trap attempt on the same person. And now this has happened. This is the state of affairs of Congress in Karnataka.
Right, Mr. Shetty, thank you for joining us with your opinions. We also have Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, the Karnataka Congress and the Congress High Command has gone against its own for telling the truth, because that's what the BJP claims. Will the BJP pick up these anomalies that were revealed by K.N. Rajanna?
Look, Mr. Rajanna has paid the ultimate price for speaking the truth and fact-checking Rahul Gandhi, the Prince Pinocchio, who lies every time and whose atom bomb turned out to be a Sutali bomb. Now, the fact is that 2023 onwards, there's a Karnataka state government of Congress. If there's any fault in the electoral roll of 2024, the administration, the local people, the BLA, BLOs, etc., all the state government people. And that's what Mr. Rajanna flagged. Why didn't we highlight it then? Why were we quiet then? Why did we allow this manipulation then? So he has been sacked or he has been removed because Rahul Gandhi can't handle the truth. Now, your channel also has done many fact checks of Rahul Gandhi's atom bomb claims. Whether it is Aditya Srivastava's claim, whether it is Shakunani claim, or the other claims that he has made, all of them are false, and that's why he is not giving it in writing or on oath. And therefore, Rahul Gandhi, he only has one agenda: to insult the election commission, to threaten them, and anybody who busts his lies, they have to be facing the emergency mindset of Rahul Gandhi's family, which is that they have sacked him and they have sacked Mr. Rajan and taken Badla.
That's right, Shehzad. Thank you for joining us live. In fact, we also have Mohan Krishna of the Karnataka BJP, a former advisor to the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mohan Krishna ji, K.N. Rajanna showed the mirror to his party, to Rahul Gandhi, and now he is facing action. He has been forced to quit as a minister. How do you look at this situation? Because the Karnataka Congress is in a complete state of disarray.
Very good afternoon. It's evident that now the bickering of the Karnataka Congress has started. It's the first wicket K.N. Rajanna, when honey trap issue came, when he spoke, and the SIT was formed and given a clean sheet to him, and clean sheet to the persons who were accused also. Now coming back to this issue, Mr. Rajanna is a very veteran Congress leader in the side of the Siddaramaiah. So there are possibilities now that, the government will start bickering from one by one. You can expect a lot of developments. What they were talking November can come to October also. Before Ayudh Puja, Vijayadashmi, I think this government will face a lot of problems. And BJP is nowhere concerned for this. We know it very well. When they get 136 seats, it has happened when Virendra Patil was the Chief Minister of Karnataka with 172 seats. And this kind of bickering happened, and Congress melted down to 64 seats then. Now it is the time for the Congress. People are watching every day. Their guarantees have been failed. Their governance is utterly failure. And law and order is totally out of control. It is all derogatory remarks on the Hindus and Sanatan. And Mr. Siddaramaiah, as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is only doing one thing by ensuring that the minorities get the major share. And each and every cabinet, you can see one thing, that minorities in Karnataka, especially Muslims, will get special quotas and special things for them to get covered by the Congress and Siddaramaiah government. This is nothing but the worst governance we have seen in the last 75 years in Karnataka.
Right, Mohan Krishna ji, thank you for joining us. In fact, it's not just K.N. Rajanna, viewers. In the latest, what we understand is that Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has also said that Rajanna may not be wrong and stressed that every voter must be counted, not just those linked to a party or leader. He urged the Election Commission to act carefully and ensure transparency. Deshpande said that the Election Commission must make sure every family's vote is included. Now, this is another Congress MLA now standing behind K.N. Rajanna. He has expressed solidarity, saying that Rajanna may not be wrong. Even as Rahul Gandhi continues to question the Election Commission, Abhishek, we have MLA Deshpande also saying that Rajanna may not be wrong because the Congress party sat silent when the voter list anomalies were reported. Abhishek.
Deepak, for a fact, K.N. Rajanna, who is always outspoken with respect to whichever party it is, he usually speaks the facts despite it might be against his own party. At this point of time, when Rahul Gandhi was in Bengaluru to talk about the vote chori or the theft of votes which was directed at the BJP or Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this was when K.N. Rajanna, the minister, usually and very clearly informed that even his government was at fault and even the party was at fault at that point of time. And this is one of the reasons as to why the High Command felt that K.N. Rajanna is continuously speaking against the party. He has also been informed in various other incidents not to talk against the party. However, when K.N. Rajanna made this statement at Freedom Park, it was very clear that the Congress person or one of the members of the Congress complained to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress and the AICC, mentioning that the Congress High Command should take an action against K.N. Rajanna. And at this point of time, we have been told that the High Command had a conversation with the Chief Minister of Karnataka, CM Siddaramaiah, to make sure that there is an action taken on K.N. Rajanna. It should either be from himself or from the AICC. CM Siddaramaiah was directed that he should be taking action against K.N. Rajanna, or AICC will be forced to take an action against Rajanna. And this information was conveyed to K.N. Rajanna by Siddaramaiah in the morning itself. And it is like probably 1 hour to 1.5 hours prior that we've been informed that K.N. Rajanna met CM Siddaramaiah to convey that he will be resigning from his post, and also he was informed that if at all he didn't take this step, he might also be taken out by the Congress party from the very grassroots level. And this is one of the primary reasons as to why K.N. Rajanna might have given his resignation, is what we've been informed now. However, but we are still awaiting the final response or the official response from K.N. Rajanna. When we tried to confront him unofficially, even without the camera, he told that he will be having a conversation with CM Siddaramaiah and then he will have to decide how this may go ahead. On the other hand, we've been informed by the Chief Minister's sources that CM Siddaramaiah will try harder to make sure that K.N. Rajanna will not be removed from the cabinet because of his experience and the knowledge he has in various other sectors. So we will have to wait for at least 1 to 1.5 hours to see what the official statement of CM Siddaramaiah or K.N. Rajanna might be. Deepak.
Right, Abhishek, this is a major political twist because the Congress High Command has moved to dismiss Minister K.N. Rajanna from the state cabinet after his controversial remarks blaming his own government for voter list revisions. Party leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are said to be very, very furious as the comment came while the Congress was united in challenging the validity of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And Rajanna, Abhishek, considered a close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, reportedly drew a direct call from the High Command to the Chief Minister instructing him to drop the minister. Abhishek.
Deepak, not only that, but also we shouldn't forget the fact that K.N. Rajanna is the person from the cabinet who mentioned that there will be a major change in the cabinet in the month of September. Till date, he would go by his word, stating that there will be a change of government or a major change in the government in the month of September or October. On various other occasions, we've tried to question him in various other ways, to which he has always stuck on a point, stating that the government will see major changes in the month of September and he will stand by his words, is what he has informed the media as of now. On the other hand, we have started seeing various other developments in Vidhan Sabha. People from BJP and people from Congress are reacting on K.N. Rajanna's decision. We've also tried to confront CM Siddaramaiah, and that is when he kept silence and he didn't want to talk about that issue until there is a legal resignation or a written resignation which is received from K.N. Rajana. And this is the same person who obviously mentioned in the assembly stating that the ministers are being honey trapped, and also the ministers should be having eyes all over this body. So in various other occasions and incidents, K.N. Rajana has always spoken fact. So despite knowing that he speaks the truth, a Congress government didn't want him to go against his own government or the Congress High Command. And this might be one of the primary reasons as to why he had been
demanded
to resign.
It's a big twist, a big development in Karnataka politics. Close aide of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and he's also a top minister, because he has been forced to resign. K.N. Rajana has quit after the controversy over his remarks on vote chori, because the High Command was very furious. Abhishek, we also have reports suggesting that he drew a direct call from the High Command. Siddaramaiah was also not contacted, but it was K.N. Rajana who received the direct call. And all eyes will be on Siddaramaiah's reaction also, Abhishek, given the fact that K.N. Rajana is his very, very close aide.
Deepak, we just information which I'll have to share even before I go to the point. Rajanna's son Rajendra has come to the Vidhana Saudha's assembly to have a conversation with his father about the resignation. So getting back to the point about the relationship between CM Siddaramaiah and K.N. Rajanna, it is with very clear information that one can, who reports politics can report or can say that K.N. Rajanna has a very good contact with CM Siddaramaiah, because they've almost been of the same age, and whenever Siddaramaiah became the Chief Minister of the Karnataka, he would obviously want K.N. Rajana within his cabinet, because the cabinet obviously wanted some people who had good knowledge on various other sectors, and K.N. Rajana is one such minister. He is one of the supreme leader in the field of cooperation, is what various other congressmen and also various other political leaders have claimed as of now. On the other hand, we've questioned K.N. Rajana several other times about why he goes against his party himself, and he very clearly mentions every single time that he wishes to speak only the facts, despite even though he is ready to lose his position, he is ready to give up on his ministerial post, he is ready to give up on anything, but he is not ready to give up on the facts that he obviously believes is what he has previously mentioned in various other occasions. This might be a hard fact to CM Siddaramaiah, because Rajanna being a very close
Abhishek, and all eyes will be on how Siddaramaiah will respond. Thank you for Abhishek for joining me with those details. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, meanwhile, viewers, has strongly rebuked the Samajwadi Party during the inaugural session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly's monsoon session. Taking a tough stand, Yogi accused the SP of promoting anarchy and questioned their commitment to democracy. Here's a quick report on that.
The UP Assembly's monsoon session opened with high drama. Samajwadi Party MLAs staged a noisy protest against the Yogi government, accusing it of falling on law and order.
दोनों विषय जब आज संबंधित नहीं है, मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप चलो। जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि वो व्यापारी थे जिनके उसने गए तो उन्होंने विरोध किया।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hit back, sharply criticizing the SP. He accused them of believing in anarchy rather than democratic values.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग।
He also accused the SP regime of imposing a gunda tax on traders.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका अरे सुनिए ना, कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंद तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है।
The monsoon session is also set to debate the state's vision document, a roadmap for development incorporating inputs from all parties.
इसकी क्या हो सकता है? नहीं, मेरी बात.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the huge face-off between India and Pakistan over separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And along with that, we'll tell you about India's strong response to Muni's nuke threats, hollow threats. MES says Pakistan's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you, obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के दोस्त लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
तो उनको इस बात का एहसास होना चाहिए कि उनका आईटी सेक्टर जो है वो भारत की बदौलत चलता है। आप चाहे फेसबुक की बात करिए, यूट्यूब की बात करिए, मेटा की बात करिए, ये तमाम जो सर्विसेज ये कंपनीज प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं, इनका सारा का सारा जो प्रॉफिट है वो यूएस में जाता है। लेकिन बिलियन से ज्यादा यूजर्स आज के दिन इंडिया में है। चाइना में तो बैंड है सब कुछ। यू कांट यूज फेसबुक इन चाइना, नॉर यूट्यूब या कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं कर सकते यूज। तो सबसे बड़ा इनकी आईटी इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट अगर किसी ने दिया है, क्योंकि अमेरिका की तो पॉपुलेशन ही 150 मिलियन है, 180 मिलियन के आसपास होगी।
Massive clash at Fatehpur tomb in Uttar Pradesh. Hindu groups allege tomb is built on a temple. Hindu groups demand prayer rights. Tension remains high, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Amid Rahul versus EC, there is Kong versus Kong, which has really not ended well for K.N. Rajana because the High Command has been very, very furious with his recent statements on how the Congress party was silent despite them flagging several anomalies in the voter list draft, and he has been forced to quit. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Top Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajana quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. India issues strong response to Munir's nuke threat. MES says Pakistan's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur, two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished. Supreme Court passes order on stray dog menace, says pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks in the Delhi NCR region. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Daggubati appears for questioning. Big breaking news, viewers, from Karnataka, and a major political twist. The Congress High Command has moved to dismiss Minister K.N. Rajana from the state cabinet after his controversial remarks blaming the Congress government, his own government, for voter list revisions. Party leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are said to have been very, very furious at K.N. Rajana's statements. And this comment came while the Congress was united in challenging the validity of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Rajana, who is considered a very close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, reportedly drew a direct call from the High Command to the CM instructing him to drop K.N. Rajana from the state cabinet. Let's now listen in to Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who has confirmed that K.N. Rajana has quit as a minister.
Minister K.N. Rajana is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command.
And your party leader has also written a letter to Randeep Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him.
My party, see Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it.
ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅನ್ನುವ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ, ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
Take up this issue in the Karnataka Assembly. That's P.Y. Vijendra, who's speaking on K.N. Rajana's resignation as a minister.
ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಗೆ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದು ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
The Congress party and Rahul cannot accept the truth.
ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ ಪರಿಷ್ಕರಣೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ವೋಟರ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸೇರಿಸೋದು, ಡಿಲೀಷನ್ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು.
The voter list revision happened
ತಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರವೇ
during their regime.
ಅದನ್ನ ಅರಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೇನೆ
they can't digest the fact that their own minister has showed the mirror to them.
ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕಿದಂತೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು
and there was pressure to take action against K.N. Rajana.
ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
And we will also debate this in the Karnataka Assembly.
Sir, there are reports that High Command has asked K.N. Rajana to tender his resignation over his statement on saying that voter list was done during their government.
Well, that was B.Y. Vijendra, who has said that they will pick up this matter in the Karnataka Assembly. And it seems like the High Command cracking down on K.N. Rajanna has given fresh ammunition for the Karnataka BJP, because B.Y. Vijayendra has said that this will be a matter that they will raise in the Karnataka Assembly. It has fueled their attack against the Congress party in Karnataka, and this is an explosive development that has rocked the Congress party, because Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajanna has been asked to step down following his stunning admission that voter list irregularities took place under the party's rule, and he is the close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. He stirred up a political storm as he openly revealed flaws in the system, just as Rahul Gandhi was accusing the BJP of vote theft in Karnataka. In fact, this is a big breaking news that we are tracking. K.N. Rajanna's latest reaction. He says that he will be meeting the Chief Minister now. And let me quote what he has said. I will go meet him, come back and give my reactions to the media and also comments. This is K.N. Rajanna's first response before he speaks to the Chief Minister. The latest is that a crucial meeting is underway. A discussion is underway between K.N. Rajanna and Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, because K.N. Rajanna is Siddaramaiah's very close aide. And now the High Command of the Congress party has cracked its whip. It has asked Siddaramaiah to drop K.N. Rajanna from the Karnataka cabinet. Let's listen in to K.N. Rajanna.
ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
From K.N. Rajanna.
ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
K.N. Rajanna. See, High Command has not had any resignation from K.N. Rajanna. So now I am going to meet CM, and also I will talk to my father regarding about this.
Whether any kind of instructions has come from Chief Minister's office or
no, nothing has gone. Thank you. See, High Command has not had any resignation from K.N. Rajanna. So now I am going to meet CM, and also I will talk to my father regarding about this.
Whether any kind of instructions has come from Chief Minister's office or
no, nothing has gone. Thank you.
Well, that was K.N. Rajanna's son, who was also stating that he will meet the Chief Minister. Father and son duo are holding talks with the Chief Minister as we speak. And on the other hand, the BJP is strategizing to take this matter up in the Karnataka Assembly, because K.N. Rajanna just a few hours back showed the mirror to Congress, saying that voter list irregularities took place during Congress rule as well. But the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi, didn't do anything about it. It was the silence that prompted K.N. Rajanna to come out and openly admit that there were voter list irregularities during the Congress rule as well. And this has enraged Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who are furious, and they called Siddaramaiah, asked him to immediately drop K.N. Rajanna from the Karnataka state cabinet. And this amid viewers, Rahul Gandhi questioning the election commission and the BJP over vote theft. Complete setback for Rahul Gandhi's narrative. Let's listen in to BJP.
Face the real facts. Discrepancy has taken place during Congress tenure only. During this tenure only, when Siddaramaiah, under his leadership only, all this malpractices has taken place. Voter list has been added and deleted. So now it's the responsibility of Rahul Gandhi as well as Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar to give the response. But without doing this, since Rajanna has spoken truth, since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party, High Command has put pressure on Siddaramaiah to take resignation of Minister Rajanna. We'll discuss on the floor of the House also.
Thank you. But how do you see this move of the High Command of Congress?
Congress High Command or Rahul Gandhi, When Election Commission has sought explanation, they are running away from giving the explanation. When Election Commission has sought explanation through affidavit, even though Rahul Gandhi was in Bangalore, was supposed to meet Election Commission. Instead of meeting Election Commission, it was only hit and run case. He escaped and left to Delhi. Now I demand Chief Minister as well as Rahul Gandhi not only to answer Rajanna's allegation, truth has to come out, because the Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party alleging a constitutional authority election commission spreading false propaganda on election commission. It's really unfair. It's very unfair and very dangerous to the democracy. So rather than taking resignation of Rajanna, now since the truth has come out, proper explanation should be given by Rahul Gandhi himself and by the ruling party here in Karnataka.
Well, that was B.Y. Vijendra seeking an explanation from Rahul Gandhi. On one hand, the Election Commission has demanded Rahul Gandhi's affidavit with his allegations on it. And on the other hand, the BJP is demanding an explanation on Congress's silence when there was a voter list scandal that took place during their own rule. Abhishek is joining us live on this broadcast. Abhishek, for our viewers who are joining us right now, help us understand what was that statement, that admission of K.N. Rajanna that has forced the High Command to ask the Chief Minister to drop him from the cabinet.
Deepak, it was 3 days ago when Rahul Gandhi had visited Bengaluru's Freedom Park to make sure that they are going against the union government and the Election Commission of the state, mentioning that the Election Commission were playing as they were the playbots of the union government is what Rahul Gandhi claimed on the stage, whereas K.N. Rajanna, who is the Cooperation Minister of Karnataka, openly, when talking to the media, mentioned that the vote chori might have also been had in their tenure while CM Siddaramaiah was still the Chief Minister previously. That is when the addition and the deletion of the voter IDs happened. He also mentioned that we, as the politicians, we had to take care of the administrators. We had to make sure that the officials and the staff deployed to the Election Commission were actually doing their work proper. We had to look at their work. We had to make sure that they were doing their job on the right path. In fact, we were supposed to be held responsible for the addition or deletion. It is not only the union government, it is not only the BJP, it is not only the JDS, whereas even Congress party have a hold in this issue where the voters were illegally added or deleted is what K.N. Rajanna very briefly spoke to the media even before entering the Freedom Park, where Rahul Gandhi addressed thousands of people who were against the Election Commission. So this is one such statement as to why the High Command of Congress party are unhappy on K.N. Rajanna. This comes as an addition because K.N. Rajanna in the last couple of years, even in the previous government, he is known for speaking the fact. He is known for speaking whatever it is upfront. He is known for going against the party if it is going
right.
Abhishek,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have Ashok Gowda, BJP spokesperson from Karnataka, joining us on the phone line. Ashok Gowda, this is a major fallout, a Congress free fall after K.N. Rajanna admitted to voter list scandal during their rule. The Congress High Command has asked him to quit, has asked Siddaramaiah to drop him from the cabinet. All of this for showing them the mirror amid Rahul Gandhi's face-off with the EC. How do you look at this?
Absolutely, yes. Whoever opposes Rahul Gandhi, they will be removed from the party and they will be sacked from the post. And that is what Congress proves. This clearly indicates that the democracy in Congress party is nothing but a joke. And just because the number of people who have gone out of Congress party, who have contributed immensely to the Congress party's growth across country, stands more than 150 in the entire country. That was stalwart leaders who were the central ministers and those people. And the small people who were the small karyakartas or the mid-sized karyakartas, they were removed or sacked from the party or they were neglected from the party, even including Manishankar Iyer. And now, K.N. Rajanna, what wrong did he say? K.N. Rajanna in the past has said a lot of wrong things and yet he was not removed. But this time, just because he went against the lines of the Rahul Gandhi, He's been sacked from the Congress party's cabinet, and now he stands alone. And in fact, 2 days before only, Asan district in charge was changed from K.N. Rajanna to Krishna Bairegowda. Whatever Rahul Gandhi says, even if it is a joke, even if it is not making any sense, and they should accept it and they should speak the same length and line. Otherwise, they will be sacked. And this is what is Congress party happening from the past at least 15 to 20 years. So this is where the mockery of democracy is. This is where the mockery of constitution is. And K.N. Rajanna is absolutely on that day spoke the absolute truth. And when Congress party was in power and this voter list was made, and when they were sent to the party office, what was the Congress party leadership doing? And when Congress party leadership did not act there, now how can they say that now BJP has benefited from it? Part one. Part two. And who said, even if there are fake voters, who said all of them had voted for BJP only? They could have voted for whatever their choice was. And as party which has ruled India...
Mr. Gowda, firstly, the Congress cannot fathom the truth. And secondly, do you think that, in the larger context to the CM tussle, one part of the Congress party, certain faction of the Congress party was waiting for K.N. Rajanna's route?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, yesterday when Modi ji came to Bangalore to inaugurate the Yellow Line, we saw the tussle between D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah was clearly seen on the dais itself. Because when Siddaramaiah went for a speech, D.K. Shivakumar came right next to the Prime Minister and spoke whatever he wants. And when D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah should have presented only one gift, instead of that, D.K. Shivakumar gave a separate gift other than the government of Karnataka, who was represented by CM. So meaning to say, the K.N. Rajanna's outcasting also clearly shows that the path for the new chief minister in Karnataka, the power tussle, has just started and the foundation...
And surprisingly so, Mr. Gowda, it was D.K. Shivakumar to first come and react to this, and this clearly shows the internal rift in the Congress party as well. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Gowda, for joining us on the phone line. We have Abhishek, who continues to stay on with us. Abhishek, has the Chief Minister received the resignation of K.N. Rajanna? Also tell us about the talks that are currently underway between K.N. Rajanna, the Chief Minister, and K.N. Rajanna's son is also set to meet the Karnataka CM. All right, before I go across to Abhishek, let's play that reaction out of Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, because he was the first Congress leader to react to the Election Commission's notice to him. And also Rahul Gandhi, he said they were not schoolboys to respond to every query and insisted that Election Commission should first provide the requested information and records. He asserted that Rahul Gandhi had already addressed the matter publicly and would not take any oath or respond further. D.K. Shivakumar has asked who is ECI to question Rahul Gandhi.
Whatever documents Election Commission is asking, we are not a school boys to reply whatever they ask. They are supposed to give to us. It is their responsibility. We have exhibited, my leader has exhibited in the public. He has given a presentation. They have already got it. They are already making a research of it. They know whatever is wrong. We have asked for some information. We have asked for some record. First, let them give that record. Officially, we have asked. I myself have gone to the Election Commission and we have asked. Let them give that record. No point of time my leader will take oath or answer to it. He has answered it already in the public.
Well, the political developments in Karnataka, viewers, has derailed Rahul Gandhi's campaign against the Election Commission of India because K.N. Rajanna, who questioned his own party, was sacked. And meanwhile, the fight continues in the national capital. We are also getting in responses from the parliament on the opposition's protest march to the Election Commission of India. Let's listen in.
I think these people have gone all the way much ahead and wasting everybody's time, wasting taxpayers' money and wasting our energy. But at the same time, I would definitely like to say with all emphasis that today's protest march towards the Election Commission is meaningless, keeping in view the fact that the Election Commission has already given them time. Election Commission is a constitutional body. Still, it has come out and it has offered to discuss with them. I mean, this is quite interesting. And they will be meeting at 12 o'clock. So what's the meaning of this march? It's absolutely baseless. They want to remain relevant in the system, and that's why all this creation of a ruckus.
आप देश के सबसे बड़े पंचायत के विपक्ष लोकसभा के ऑपोजिशन लीडर पे तोहमत लगा रहे हैं। पहले आप मांगते हैं सबूत, जब सबूत दिया जाता है तो उल्टा उनको बोलते हैं शपथ पत्र देने के लिए। ये तानाशाही है और ये निश्चित तौर से ये चुनाव आयोग नहीं कह रहा है, ये भाजपा की रणनीति है जो पूरा देश नहीं सहेगा। और निश्चित तौर से ये प्रोटेस्ट तब तक चलेगा जब हमारा जो वोटिंग राइट है, जिसका आपने घोटाला कर करके सीटें जीती हैं, आज पूरा देश दे चुका है, इसको पूरा देश सहने वाला नहीं है।
Moving on to more breaking news coming, Air India is set to suspend its flight to Washington DC from 1st of September, temporarily suspending flight services between Delhi and Washington. The flight suspension is due to a combination of operational factors, and we'll get more details on these so-called operational factors that Air India has cited while announcing that no Air India flight will arrive in Washington DC from New Delhi. Suspension due to operational factors. We're yet to get details about these operational factors as claimed by Air India, but this is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. From 1st of September, no flights will take off from New Delhi to Washington DC. No Air India flights. We'll also get our aviation team on our screens in just a few seconds from now, but let's stick to this breaking news that we're tracking at the moment. Viewers, Air India is set to suspend all its flights from Delhi to Washington DC from 1st of September. Operational issues is what Air India has cited so far for the reason for the suspension of flight operations from Delhi to Washington DC. This is a major announcement that has come in from Air India. And Air India has made this announcement just now. It has announced to suspend its flight to Washington DC from 1st of September, temporarily suspending its flight services between Delhi and Washington DC. And when questioned and when asked about the reason, Air India said it is due to a combination of operational factors. What are these operational factors? Well, Harsha will be joining us in just a few seconds to help us understand and also throw light on these operational factors that Air India is talking about. But right now, what we know is that no Air India flight will fly from Delhi to Washington DC. It is temporarily suspended. The flight services between New Delhi and Washington DC starting from September 1st, citing a combination of operational factors as the reason behind this decision. We have Harsha joining us live. Harsha, what is the combination of operational factors that Air India has cited when it has announced the suspension of all Air India flights from Delhi to Washington DC?
Deepak, you're absolutely right. So Air India just released and in the letter. The Air India flight from Delhi to Washington has been suspended from September 4, and it is some sort of business technical flag. And also multiple airlines of Air India, which were earlier flying to Washington, have already been grounded, and they now have a minimum flights to Washington, and that's the reason the ones which are operating, they have faced multiple flags, and the issue in the aircraft, and that. That's the reason why the flights have been suspended. These are press release where they have stated that no flights of Air India will go to Washington from September 1st. Till what time it's going to be there, we don't know about it. But yes, one thing for sure, we know that right now it has been conveyed to Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGC, also regulatory body. And earlier this decision was taken after a meeting with MOCA only. Last week, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson, he met MOCA Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, and after that a meeting between regulatory body, Minister of Civil Aviation and Air India CEO Campbell Wilson was conducted, and it was decided to check all the malfunction and the technical issues in the aircraft Boeing 787 and 777, the aircraft which fly to Washington after suspecting
Harsha, what about all those passengers who have already booked their flight tickets, because these tickets are not really cheap, to say the least, and Air India's mistakes, the brunt is being borne by the passengers. What about the passengers who have already booked their tickets?
So, Deepak, they will be refunded. It has been stated that the passengers who had booked their flights to Washington and their money will be given back. So, they will be refunded. They will be asked that after a certain period of time, if you want to use it after 2 to 3 months when the operation will start, either they can use it that time, or either they can just cancel it and they will be refunded their money. So this has been stated to the passengers. We have the entire release which has been shared by the Air India to the media persons, and shortly will share those release as well. Because right now, as I'm speaking to you, I have gotten the release from Air India itself, where they have mentioned each and everything in detail, very briefly about what is going to happen and how passengers will be accommodated.
That's right, Harsha. Thank you for joining us with those details, Harsha. Well, that's the big announcement coming in from Air India. No flights will fly from Delhi to Washington, D.C. starting September 1st. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. But on the other side, we'll tell you about the huge face-off between India and Pakistan, as they're all set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Along with that, India has responded very strongly to Munir's hollow nuke threats. MEA has said that India will not give in to these nuke blackmails, and also called out Pakistan saber rattling as their stock in trade. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए ये हमारे देश।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you details how India responded to Asim Munir's nuclear threat, saying that you're a responsible state and we will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. We'll get you more details on this. First, as always, the headlines. Top Karnataka minister quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims.
Congress party, they don't have guts to face the reality. Since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party, High Command has put pressure on Sidramaya to take resignation of Minister Rajanna.
After Karnataka Chief Minister's close aide questions Rahul Gandhi on vote theft claims, Bharatiya Janata Party has bagged K.N. Rajanna. India has issued a strong response to Asim Munir's nuclear threat. MEA has said that Pakistan's saber rattling is their stock in trade. There's a dispute over tomb in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh. Two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished. Supreme Court has passed an order on stray dog menace, says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. Another huge face-off. India and Pakistan will be holding separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea on August 11, that is today and tomorrow. ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Daggubati appears for questioning. Now remember how Asim Munir from Pakistan had given a nuclear threat. He had said that he will take down not just India but half of the world as well. Now Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement on Munir's highly irresponsible comments. MEA has said that Pakistan is a living proof of nuclear proliferation through AQ Khan network. Nuclear saber rattling is not new. Is Munir planning a coup? In fact, this is a big rebuttal that has come in from India. As far as that inflammatory statement of Asim Munir is concerned, calling Pakistan an irresponsible state with nuclear weapons, also saying that nuclear saber rattling is Pakistan's stock in trade. This is a fresh statement that has come in from India, and not just about nuclear blackmail. In fact, Asim Munir also said about the Indus Water Treaty, saying that India can make all the dam that it wants and Pakistan will destroy it. Let me go across to Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, defense analyst. So a very strong statement that has come in from India as far as this very inflammatory statement by Asim Munir is concerned, going on and telling very directly to Pakistan that it will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. But the location of this threat that's been given by Asim Munir is very important, because he has said this from United States. So are we in a way seeing a new friendship between US and Pakistan, that Pakistan is so comfortable giving this threat from United States? What do you have to say on this?
Akansha, I would say that this is one of the most irresponsible statements given by their Field Marshal, whom I call Mullah Munir, and henceforth in your program also I will call him Mullah Munir only. He had gone to US first. That was when the Americans wanted to strike the nuclear sites in Fordo in Iran. And that was the time that the Americans saw that the location of Pakistan was very strategic. And Trump wanted to use the air bases as well as other bases of the Pakistani Air Force to deploy its weapon systems. Second is that they wanted Pakistan to get them human from Iran. Because we are aware that there have been a lot of tensions between Iran as well as Pakistan. And if you recall, there were airstrikes also carried out by the Iranian Air Force on the terrorist site in Pakistan. So all this, then, the Americans were looking at Pakistan to kind of leverage against India. And there were a lot of other things which went into it. However, now that the second time that he has gone there, I would like to highlight one thing, that he has not visited America. In the first instance also, he was called to America. Even now, he was called to America. That we must understand that Trump, if he has called him, he will have his pound of flesh. And in addition to the defense, economy, rest of the things, Trump is very interested in his cryptocurrency, which his family is launching in America. So by going there for the second time, Mullah Munir has become overconfident. Despite the bashing that he got at the hands of the Indian Armed Forces during Operation Sindoor. Now he feels that he's a bum chum of President Trump, which we know how reliable or unreliable President Trump is. I needn't say that. So this is his foolhardiness. Second is by making these statements, he is, kind of addressing his domestic population and his country, because we are aware that there is almost an anarchy-like situation in Pakistan. And second is their economic situation is not hidden from the world. They are it is come to beg, borrow, steal, I would say, for the Pakistanis. So he wants to digress the attention of the population in Pakistan, as well as, get by doing this, he feels that by the saber rattling, he feels that he can shake up India. Now, there's one thing very clear in his mind, that India will launch attack to capture POK. And that is what is bothering him. Because if that happens, Pakistan is almost finished, because alongside Balochistan will also get independent. So to avoid all this, he is ensuring that, I've got missiles and I will strike them. I finish off half of the world. What do you mean? If you have a nuclear missile, so does India have. Why do you forget that? And our air defense system is much, much better to thwart such like attacks. Yes, in case of nuclear strikes or misunderstanding, miscalculation between the two countries, it can be very, very damaging. We are aware of what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Absolutely. And in fact, India has maintained that these are the hollow threats given by Pakistan after their defeat in Operation Sindoor, saying that we will not give in to such nuclear blackmailing that Pakistan has been doing again and again. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV and giving your perspective on this. Now, shifting our focus, and this is a big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. We're learning that Chief Minister has accepted Minister K.N. Rajanna's resignation letter, and it has been sent to Chief Secretary and will reach the Governor Rest. Next. Now remember, Karnataka Corporation Minister K.N. Rajanna had tendered his resignation after Congress High Command had sought action against him for criticizing Rahul Gandhi's vote theft charge. Remember, Rahul Gandhi has in the last 1 week been raising this issue of the vote theft in Karnataka, Maharashtra and also Uttar Pradesh. And Karnataka Corporation Minister K.N. Rajanna had raised this issue. In fact, speaking to reporters earlier today, he had said, and I quote, "One should remember that voter lists were revised when our own government, that is the Congress government, was at the helm." And he said, "Why did our party turn a blind eye then? It is true that there are irregularities, but it is insulting for us that it happened right under our nose." A big statement that he had given to the reporters. After that, the Congress High Command was really irked with this statement of K.N. Rajanna. They had sought clarification from him, action against him for criticizing Rahul Gandhi's voter theft charge, in a way diluting this campaign that has been launched by the Congress party. And now what we are learning is that the Chief Minister has accepted his resignation and it has been sent to the Chief Secretary and will then reach the Governor as far as this entire saga in Karnataka is concerned. But one thing remains very clear, that the fresh cracks have now emerged within the governing Congress party in Karnataka, as the senior functionaries have openly expressed dissent over former, in fact, as far as Rahul Gandhi's recent comments on vote theft is concerned, and one victim is K.N. Rajanna. He has tendered his resignation. Now that resignation has also been accepted, and all this happened within just few hours of him commenting on the Rahul Gandhi's voter theft charge. He had said, as I pointed out, that all these irregularities did happen, but it is insulting that it happened right under our nose. He said one should remember that voter lists were revised when our own government, the Congress government in Karnataka, was at the top. Why did our party turn a blind eye then? It is true that there are irregularities, but it is insulting that it happened right under our nose. And the Congress High Command here in the national capital, they were really irked by this statement, and within hours now he had to tender his resignation. He was also irked that the top command sought action against him, and now he's tendered his resignation, and that has been accepted by the Karnataka Chief Minister. Now it will be sent to the Chief Secretary and then to the Governor. We'll continue to get you more details on that. For now, we're shifting our focus to Air India and its entire saga. Air India will be suspending its flight to Washington, D.C. from 1st of September. It's a big breaking news that we're getting for you. And the suspension will be between Delhi to Washington. And this is because of combination of operational factors is something that has come to the fore as far as the suspension is concerned. Air India has said that it will stop flying to Washington, D.C. from September 1st, that is in another 20 days, due to a shortfall in aircraft as it commences. In fact, Boeing 787s, 4 other flights to the US will also continue, and a big statement has been given by Air India as well. They have said that the suspension is driven by the planned shortfall in Air India's fleet, as the airline comments. 26 of its Boeing 787-8 aircraft last month, and this is in fact a big decision that has been taken by Air India. Now, the reason that has been given by Air India for the suspension of the flight on this route is the combination of operational factors is what they have stated. But in the last 4 to 5 months, we know that there are several lapses that have come to the fore as far as Air India is concerned. Several factors have come to the fore, but for the specific one, they have said that it is because of a combination of the operational factors is what Air India has said now. Now, remember, in the last few months, several show-cause notices were also sent to Air India for several lapses that have come to the fore. Almost every other day, we see one of the other lapses as far as Air India is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Harsha, tell us, what is the reason behind suspension of Air India flight from Delhi to Washington, D.C.? Because Air India has said that it is because of the combination of operational factors. What are these?
So, Akanksha, to tell to our viewers that right now what we know is that multiple airlines from Boeing 787 of Air India has been already grounded after the checks which was given and after the meeting between MOCA and the regulator. They were asked to reduce 30% of the operation, and following that, many deals have already been grounded. And to do multiple operational factors, what Air India has quoted as stating in the release, they have stated that Air India's right now, there will be no direct flights from Delhi to Washington from September 1st of Air India. And so the passengers who have already booked it, they will be given full refund, or they will be accommodated in a different flight. But yes, Delhi to Washington, there's no direct flight for passengers, but with one stop, yes, there's a flight from the four ways like Chicago, JFK, Newark, and there is San Francisco also. So if any passenger wants to go to Washington, there's no direct flight. With a one stop, there is a flight of Air India, and the passengers will be accommodated. So passengers, if they don't want, they don't have to cancel their flight. They will be accommodated in different flight, different airline like United Airlines, Alaska Airlines. They can be refunded and they can be accommodated in those airlines. It is all because of the operational factors, Akanksha. What we are learning right now is that multiple Boeings of Air India have seen malfunction. The malfunction was reported. The technical snags were found in Boeing fleet 777 and 787B as well after AI 171 crash, and therefore Air India was asked to reduce its operation. And following that operational shift only, this Air India has released has sent out a press release in their social media platform and to all the media organization as well, that from September 1st, to be no direct flight from Delhi to Washington for the passengers. Back to you.
Absolutely. Now it remains to be seen what happens after this. Thanks so much, Harsha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. We're shifting our focus, viewers, a day after Muni's nuke war threat from American soil. Indian Navy, in fact, is all set to deploy naval might today at Arabian Sea. And at the same time, Pakistan Navy has also issued a notum announcing its own exercise in the territorial waters. The overlap in schedules point to heightened military activity in the significant Arabian Sea, a key route for the maritime trade and crucial for regional security as well. We're learning that the exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And as per the notum issued, the Indian Navy will conduct